false narratives that fan the flames of unnecessary wars cost us dearly. The Iraq War cost the lives of over 4,000 American soldiers, hundreds of billions of dollars of American taxpayer money. The war upended the region, killed hundreds of thousands of Iraqi civilians, strengthened Iran, and unleashed ISIS on the world. It was the worst U.S. foreign policy blunder in a generation. Madam President, the Trump administration has now created a culture of fear and retribution throughout the federal government. We've already seen patriotic federal employees be fired for telling the truth. Whistleblower just filed a complaint the other day. He'd been at the Justice Department. He said, "I didn't sign up to lie." So the real challenge is this. The president has not obliterated the Iran nuclear program, but he is doing everything he can to obliterate the credibility of the U.S. intelligence community so he can invent his own reality without contradiction. That's why it's more important than ever that Congress stand up for the Constitution and insist that the president cannot initiate hostilities without approval from Congress. That's what this resolution asks. It asks, do you support the Constitution and the role it gives the Congress to declare war? Do you believe that the people's representatives should have a voice in whether American lives, and specifically the lives of our nation's armed forces, are put at grave risk? We owe it to our troops, we owe it to the American people to ensure that no president, not this president or any other, can unilaterally commit our nation to go to war. The Constitution does entrust that responsibility to us. Let's not abdicate it. Colleagues, I urge you to vote yes on the Kane War Powers resolution, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from California.
I rise today in support of Senator Kane's resolution for the simple and compelling reason that it upholds our constitutional duty. Regardless of what people may think of the military's execution of its mission last weekend, and our service members performed with courage, with professionalism, with extraordinary precision, or their views of its effectiveness, and I hope and pray the mission was effective. Iran is a malevolent regime. It is the paramount sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it must never be allowed to obtain the bomb. Regardless of whether you support the president's decision to engage in preemptive strikes in the first place, regardless of whether or not you support the president generally or you do not, the Constitution charges the Congress, not the president, with the power to declare war. Now, there may be a fog of war and a murky uncertainty concerning the battle damage assessment, but there is no ambiguity here when it comes to the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 provides the Congress shall have the power to declare war, not the president, or the president if it's not convenient to the Congress, but the Congress. And this body, for far too long, has been allergic to the responsibility it has to govern the use of military force. Not since the very early part of this century has Congress approved any authorization for the use of military force. Nevertheless, a great deal of military force has been, in fact, used by the United States since then in far-flung places in the world. In fact, post-World War II, the war power has been utilized by an increasingly strong executive and an increasingly deferential and fearful legislature. Now, during the last several weeks, it has been apparent to anyone watching that the conflict in the Middle East had the potential to draw in the United States of America. when missiles began striking Tehran and Tel Aviv, when the President of the United States, with signature bombast, began to telegraph the possibility that we would enter the fray, when countless American families were forced to consider whether their children would be the next to bear the burden and carry the sacrifices of another potentially endless war in the Middle East. And so, with those families and our service members in mind, Senator Kaine introduced this resolution to ensure that the President did not risk committing the United States to yet another open-ended conflict in the region without a debate in Congress and a decision by Congress as to whether the country should go down that dangerous road. Now, at that time, many senators, myself included, pushed for an intelligence briefing from the administration. We had significant questions we needed answered. Had Iran made the decision to build a bomb? Had Iran begun the process of building the mechanism of a bomb? Was there an imminent threat to the United States or our forces? What were the threats to U.S. personnel and facilities in the region should Iran respond? How might Iran and its proxies escalate and harm U.S. interests, not only in the region, but here at home and other parts of the world? How much damage could U.S. military action do to the Iranian nuclear and missile programs, and for how long would it set them back? And most important, what was the risk that such a bombing campaign could escalate into all-out war? Days passed, no briefings. Even after last Saturday's strikes, still no briefing. Not until yesterday did the administration come to Congress to answer the most basic of questions, and only after suggesting, it was reported, that they would potentially choke off further information to the Congress. The Constitution demands otherwise. The founders split the government's wartime powers just as they divided responsibilities for so many other things. It is Congress which declares war, which raises an army and a navy, and pays for the financial costs of defense and war. And keep in mind, the need for congressional approval of war-making was not hypothetical to the founders. The United States had just fought a war against a king, and the founders did not want to put the power to start another war in the hands of any single person. The framers put their thinking on parchment. And in a letter to Thomas Jefferson in the summer of 1789, James Madison reflected on how they had approached this question of war power, which was the subject of much debate in Philadelphia at the Constitutional Convention. He said, "We have already given in one example an effectual check on the dog of war by transferring the power of letting him loose from the executive to the legislative body, from those who are to spend to those who are to pay, from those who are to spend to those who are to pay." That is, because a decision as consequential as entering into war requires informed debate and buy-in from the people's representative and the public, from us here in the Senate and from our colleagues in the House. Because we need to weigh the benefits and the risks for our constituents and for the country as a whole. Because a decision like this one should be insulated from partisan politics and not made with haste or with blinders on. There are perhaps senators in this body who will say this debate is no longer needed. The mission is over. Iran has backed down. A lasting ceasefire is in place. The threat has passed. And I would say to them, I don't know that to be true, and neither do you. And on behalf of all those who could and would pay, we should not allow this great and solemn power to make war to be usurped any longer. The only way for us to know whether the United States might be drawn into a broader conflict is if we exercise our authority to prevent it, or to determine that the Congress wants to affirmatively provide a president with the authorization to use force. So I'm a yes on this resolution. And if the Senate votes to bring this resolution before the body, which I hope it will see the wisdom of doing, I will move an amendment that I have filed with Senators Kim and Kaine that I would hope would receive all of our support. Our amendment makes clear what is implicit in Senator Kaine's resolution already, and that is that terminating the use of U.S. armed forces against Iran does not affect the ability of the United States to defend itself, to share intelligence with Israel or our other partner nations, or to assist them in taking defensive measures to protect themselves from an attack by Iran or its proxies. Our intent in this amendment is to make it crystal clear that calling up and passing this resolution would in no way restrict the United States' ability to defend itself or our partners. And with that question settled, we should be able to turn to the real need for this debate. Should this Congress continue to abdicate our constitutional duty to an administration that at every turn has deemed us irrelevant? An administration that for too long deferred its obligation to brief Congress and has reportedly threatened to take steps to choke off the amount of information we have and need to assess the impact and the consequences of unilateral military action. An administration that openly disdains and threatens a free press, ignoring the fact that our fourth estate exists to ask questions for the people, even if those questions are uncomfortable, especially when those questions are uncomfortable, and shine a light on the places where tyranny and despotism can grow and foster and fester. Because here's the bottom line. Article 1, Section 8 says, the Congress shall have the power to declare war. And every American should know that Congress is not giving up on its most basic constitutional right to debate and determine whether U.S. forces undertake further operations, offensive operations, against the Iranian regime or any other. This resolution, with my amendment, would give senators confidence that a vote on that question will in no way put American troops or our allies at increased risk, and the underlying resolution would give the American people the confidence of knowing that they will not be dragged into another war without their consent. There must be a check on the dogs of war. There must be a voice for those who will pay the costs of going to war. And the Senate must be that voice. I yield back.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
I greatly appreciate the comments from my colleague from California, and particularly appreciate that my colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine, has proposed this War Powers Resolution, a resolution that reaffirms a basic principle: that decisions of war and peace belong, under our Constitution, to Congress, not to the President. But on June 21st, President Trump ordered strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. There was no congressional authorization. There was no debate in this chamber. There was no vote in this chamber. The President made a unilateral decision that risked bringing the United States into another extended war in the Middle East. That is not how our founders designed our nation through the architecture of the Constitution. In fact, each member here swore an oath to uphold that Constitution that places the responsibility for declaring war upon this body, not upon the individual who sits in the Oval Office. To be sure, the President as Commander-in-Chief has the responsibility to protect the nation from an imminent threat. But in this case, there was not an imminent threat. First, according to our own intelligence, Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. Second, even though Iran possessed a significant amount of 60% enriched uranium, more than the 3 to 5% that is utilized for civilian energy, it was still not enriched to the level to build a bomb. And it would have had to only be enriched to 90%. It would have had been converted into metallic form. It would then have to have been arranged with an extensive system of explosives that compress it in order to start a chain reaction. That is a very difficult engineering feat. Third, prior to the U.S. strikes, Israel's foreign minister said Israel's attacks had already set back Iran's nuclear weapon program for at least 2 to 3 years. So let's be clear. The threat was not imminent. It was not a situation where there was no time for the president to observe the Constitution, to honor the Constitution, to seek an authorization for the use of military force from the Congress of the United States. The administration instead acted precipitously, putting American lives at risk, including the over 40,000 U.S. troops in the region, as well as diplomats and American civilians stationed or visiting the Middle East. Wars are easy to start, but they are often hard to end, and the consequences can be enormous. Look, for example, at the cost of the wars in Afghanistan and in Iraq. More than 7,000 deaths of American men and women serving in uniform. More than 50,000 serious injuries, often life-altering injuries to America's sons and daughters serving in uniform. More than $8 trillion of American treasure spent. That is why the founders said the consequences of conflict, of entering into war, are so significant. They must never be entrusted to a single person, not even the person who sits in the Oval Office. That's why they wrote the Constitution, placing the responsibility for that here, where it can be wrestled with, where it can be debated, where different perspectives can be brought to bear, where experts can be interviewed, and all can be taken into account in making such an important decision for our nation. From where we are right now, two things need to happen. First, Congress needs to reassert its constitutional authority over matters of war and peace. Second, we need to double down on diplomacy to secure a lasting peace. And a lasting peace includes at least 3 elements. Iran does not develop a nuclear weapon. Second, Iran stops funding militias across the region. And third, Iran's economy is freed up to prosper. Those are the 3 elements that need to be addressed. Let me begin first by addressing in some greater detail Congress's need to reassert its constitutional authority. On Meet the Press on Sunday, Senator Lindsey Graham said, quote, "You can't have 535 commander-in-chiefs." He is exactly right. And that is why the founders designed the Constitution with a separation of powers. Congress has the responsibility to decide if we go to war, and then the President commands our military to go to war. Article 1 gives Congress the power to declare war, and Article 2 gives the President the power to be the commander-in-chief to execute the war. Senator Kane's War Powers Resolution says that hostilities with Iran must be explicitly authorized by Congress. But that does not in any way prevent the U.S. from defending itself from an imminent attack, should that need arise. This is a privileged resolution, meaning that we will have the opportunity to wrestle with it, and we will be voting on whether to do so later today. This resolution is urgently needed. We are already in the throes of a slide into an authoritarian state. Our president has been ignoring the Constitution or violating the Constitution by violating the rule of law that applies to the executive branch, by ignoring or suppressing or circumventing due process, the very issue that protects all of us from an overbearing executive. In fact, it is the defender of our freedom. Third, stiff-arming the courts. And fourth, seizing Congress's power of the purse. And then this week, it was reported that Trump will limit intelligence sharing with Congress. Another brazen attempt to centralize powers in the executive in a strongman presidency. With this resolution, Senator Kane's resolution, Congress can reassert its constitutional authority as a co-equal branch of government, can stop this president from seizing even more dangerously unaccountable power. In addition to Congress taking this act, there is an urgent need for diplomacy in order to secure a lasting peace in the Middle East. That lasting peace includes the three elements that I mentioned: that Iran does not have a path to developing a nuclear weapon, that it stops funding militias across the region, and that Iran's economy is freed up to prosper, that can re-enter international commerce. It's already clear that diplomacy is not just essential, but that it is effective. In 2015, the United States helped negotiate the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known as the Iran nuclear deal, which blocked all paths for Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. It blocked the plutonium path. It blocked the uranium path. It blocked the covert path. That deal was so important for global security that it involved the United States, Russia, China, the United Kingdom, and France, all working together to create that framework in partnership with Iran. And Iran accepted massive inspections and oversight from the International Atomic Energy Agency to make sure that you not only had an act of trust, but lots of acts of verification. The deal worked. Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon. Instead, they dismantled their plutonium-based Iraq heavy water reactor. They agreed not to enrich uranium beyond 3.67%, and they didn't do so. They shipped all of their more highly enriched uranium out of the country, some 25,000 pounds, to be stored abroad. But 3 years later, President Trump tore up that agreement. He did so over the objections of his own national security officials, over the objection of his Secretary of Defense, General Jim Mattis, over the objection of his Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, over the objection of his National Security Advisor, General McMaster, and over the objection of his Chief of Staff, General John Kelly. Had President Trump and his first administration not torn up that agreement, we'd be celebrating Iran's 10th anniversary under the nuclear deal with no path to a nuclear weapon. By ripping up the Iran nuclear deal, Trump opened the pathway for Iran to enrich beyond 3.67%, leading to the concerns that prompted Israel to attack Iran's nuclear facilities, and that led Prime Minister Netanyahu to ask President Trump to use our planes and our abilities to bomb Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordow. To create an enduring agreement now that stops Iran from having a path to a nuclear weapon, restrictions like those that were in the Iran nuclear deal back in 2015, have to be recreated. And in fact, we've learned over the last few days how diplomats from President Trump's team have been working on this. We're in conversations with Iran before Israel's attack to create such an arrangement. And in fact, continued some of those conversations even as bombs were dropping. We have to succeed to put in place a permanent, detailed, enforceable plan for peace, which Iran agrees to, that stops funding for militias outside Iran and blocks all those paths to a nuclear weapon. Colleagues, we wouldn't be here today discussing this if President Trump hadn't torn up the first agreement that was working against the advice of his entire foreign affairs and security staff. That's what happens when you scoff at diplomacy, diplomacy that works, agreements that work, and unleash events in the world that lead to circumstances that realize themselves this year in 2025. The decision to strike Iran without authorization from Congress was wrong because there wasn't the imminent threat, and thus there was time to go through the process of seeking authorization for the use of military force necessitated by our Constitution. Wars are easy to start, but they are hard to end. And that's why the founders wanted us to debate them before the American people. We must reassert Congress's congressional authority. We must double down on diplomacy to secure long-term peace. We cannot allow our service members in uniform to be sent to war if we are not even willing to debate and vote on that war. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President,
Senator from Vermont.
I do not want the United States of America to be involved in yet another regime change war in Iran. Have we not learned anything from what happened in Iraq? We deposed Saddam Hussein and all hell broke loose. That was a war of regime change. No sense, since it wasn't related to 9/11. We had a regime change war in Afghanistan and then went on to embrace nation building. Thousands of Americans, men and women, who answered the call of the president, reported for duty, lost their lives, lost their limbs, are suffering today with PTSD. Trillions of taxpayer dollars have been spent and wasted. And yet, in the Middle East, the flashpoint now is Iran. And we came within an eyelash of getting dragged into yet another war where the goal was regime change. Mr. President, I want to acknowledge the professionalism of our Air Force and our men and women in the military. The strike they were ordered to perform, they executed flawlessly. To them, I extend my congratulations. But the question for us is who authorizes the use of force? Our men and women will do what it is the Commander-in-Chief requires and do what it is Congress authorizes. We all have confidence in that. But this was a wake-up call for us because we came within an eyelash of being in a conflict where the goal would have been the Netanyahu goal of regime change. And what we did in this action with the president's decision to send our bombers in at the request of Netanyahu was essentially put in the hands of the Iranian government the question of how far this war would go. Would they turn the other cheek, which is essentially what they did? Or would they retaliate in a way, as President Trump said, that he would rain hellfire on them and have us in a war? The point here of the Kane resolution is that if this country is going to make that decision, it must be Congress that authorizes that decision. It must be Congress that has the debate about what are the national security concerns, what are the costs, and what are the benefits. We can't simply bypass that and continue to abdicate our responsibility and congressional authority and duty. And that's why this resolution is so important. Now, this question of how do we get here? You know, wars oftentimes happen not by design. You stumble into it. And that is what almost happened here. We do not want a nuclear Iran. There's nobody in this United States Senate that wants a nuclear Iran. Russia doesn't want a nuclear Iran. China doesn't want a nuclear Iran. And our presidents, bipartisan, have worked hard to make certain that Iran didn't have it. And the Obama agreement was working. After President Trump was not President Trump, he challenged the agreement. When he got elected, he tore it up. But he saw at some point the wisdom of diplomacy. And he was engaged in active negotiations about a non-nuclear Iran and was making progress on those. That was objected to by Prime Minister Netanyahu. He was against the JCPOA that Obama was negotiating, and actually, as a foreign leader, came to this United States Congress and gave a speech in conflict with the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, where he lobbied in this Capitol against entering into an agreement that ultimately made us more secure. That determination on his part continues. And the biggest act of sabotage to the Trump negotiations on a nuclear agreement was the bombing campaign that Netanyahu did that sabotaged those talks. Now, again, I say congratulations to our men and women in uniform who, when they were ordered by the president to do the strike on the nuclear facilities, did it and did it well. But we should not at all discount how precarious that situation was for our country. It was a result of a decision by Iran to turn the other cheek, to disregard the attacks, and basically not escalate. And I'm so glad they did. And the president showed temperance there himself. But we can't be putting ourselves in a position where our future, and whether we do get in a war, is based on actions of other people, particularly folks who run Iran. So if we are going to protect the national security, if we are going to protect the men and women of this country who will always respond to the call of the Commander-in-Chief, that's what makes them such wonderful patriots. They cede the authority to make a decision about whether they are put in harm's way to the men and women who serve in the Congress of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief. That's a profound responsibility that each of us has to debate the question of whether we should commit this country to war. So this resolution is absolutely vital. Vital to the well-being of this country, to the humility that is required of a country before it makes the ultimate decision to ask the men and women who are citizens of our country to potentially sacrifice their lives for the well-being of this country. Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to support the Kane resolution. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
The Constitution is clear. Congress, not the President, has the authority to declare war. The founders were unanimous in proclaiming that the power to declare war belonged exclusively to Congress. James Madison, the father of the Constitution, said that the executive branch was the branch most prone to war. Therefore, the Constitution, with studied care, vested that power in the legislature. Madison would further state that in no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war and peace to the legislature and not to the executive branch. Hamilton, who didn't always agree with Madison or Jefferson, wrote that the legislature can alone declare war, can alone transfer the nation from a state of peace to a state of war, and if the legislature has a right to make war on one hand, it is on the other hand the duty of the executive to preserve peace till war is declared. Madison and Hamilton had very different visions of executive power, yet they both agreed that it was vitally important to entrust the power to declare war to Congress, not the executive branch. George Washington remarked that the Constitution vests the power of declaring war with Congress. Therefore, no offensive expedition of importance can be undertaken until after they shall have deliberated upon the subject and authorized such a measure. No offensive expedition without congressional approval. St. George Tucker, a Revolutionary War era law professor, wrote in 1803 of how our Constitution diverged from the English tradition. He wrote, "In England, the right of making war is in the king. With us, the representatives of the people have the right to decide this important question. It is without question that Congress neither deliberated nor authorized the recent offensive military action against Iran. Each of us has taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. Deferring the decision as to when, where, and why the country goes to the war to any president is a dereliction of duty on the part of Congress. To commit America's military to fight wars on behalf of the nation is the most consequential and humbling responsibility that Congress is entrusted with. If we are to ask our young men and women to fight and potentially give their lives, then we in this body can at least muster the courage to debate if American military intervention is warranted." Washington's record of involvement in the greater Middle East is particularly abysmal, with dozens of campaigns costing thousands of American lives and trillions of dollars. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Pakistan, Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and now Iran, all countries in the region that the U.S. has bombed or is bombing. In each case, the hawks in Washington were adamant that the U.S. military intervention would lead to a glorious future and a great peace. Instead, after tragically losing thousands of lives and trillions of dollars, the U.S. is not in a better strategic position thanks to our interventions. After September 11th, a generation of brave Americans answered the call to serve, many enduring multiple deployments in the region. Some 7,000 U.S. service members paid the ultimate sacrifice in the war on terror. Tens of thousands more carry with them the scars of war, living with missing limbs, shrapnel, nerve damage, brain injuries, burns, scars. Some live with paralysis and are confined to wheelchairs. The mental wounds of war are also present, as we remember the more than 30,000 veterans who have committed suicide since Washington's misguided project to remake the Middle East. While our soldiers carry out their missions with honor, the Washington establishment consistently fails them. In almost all cases, our interventions were counterproductive, making us less safe and less prosperous. As the initial jubilation wears off from those who clamor for war, the regional situation remains precarious, and American service members remain in danger. Many advocates for war, giving voice to their real feelings, have loudly opposed the current ceasefire. Those arguing against a ceasefire give a callous testimony, insensitive to the cruelties of war. Some 40,000 U.S. troops are scattered throughout the Middle East as we speak. some on large established bases, others on isolated outposts. It is impossible to ensure all these locations have adequate air and missile defense capabilities. Our troop presence in the region is therefore a significant liability, allowing Iran and its proxies an opportunity to target Americans, which they otherwise would not have. Yet the Washington foreign policy establishment seems content to allow our service members to serve as sitting ducks. Should American soldiers get wounded or, God forbid, killed in a retaliatory strike, the calls for war emanating from Washington will surely be deafening. History is replete with examples of leaders who, in their hubris, thought they could shape the fate of nations, but were subsequently proven wrong as events ended up controlling them. Our own country sadly experienced this during Vietnam. The needless tragedy of that war, in which 58,000 Americans paid the ultimate sacrifice, led Congress to pass the War Powers Resolution we debate today. Congress intended to ensure a president would never again unilaterally plunge the American people into war without the people's representatives in Congress debating the issue. We owe to all Americans who have worn the uniform to honor that humbling responsibility. Moreover, despite the tactical success of our strikes, they may end up proving to be a strategic failure. It is unclear if this intervention will fully curtail Iran's nuclear aspirations, or, in fact, whether the Iranians may well conclude to double down on their efforts to obtain a nuclear weapon. At this time, it is unknown. The lesson Tehran and other unsavory regimes around the world may learn is that the only way to deter a strike is to maintain a nuclear deterrent. Pandora's box has been opened, and the consequences remain to be seen. Congress must now focus its efforts on de-escalation and preventing the call for regime change, the consequences of which, if applied to Iran, risk the total destabilization of the Middle East. The American people are sick and tired of sending their children to fight and die in war zones on the other side of the world with no tangible U.S. interest at stake. Abdicating our constitutional responsibility by allowing the executive branch to unilaterally introduce U.S. troops into wars is an affront to the Constitution and to the American people. Today's vote offers every member of this body an opportunity to stand up for the Constitution, to stand up for American service members, and to stand up for America's strategic interests. I will vote in support of this resolution and urge my colleagues to do so as well.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
We have a quorum call.
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in a 1793 letter to William Cabell Reeves, James Madison said this. He said, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war or peace to the legislature and not to the executive department." A few years later, in another letter, this time to Thomas Jefferson as part of their famous correspondence, Madison expounded on that very simple superlative, naming the War Powers Clause in the Constitution as the most important. He said, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature." Our founding fathers didn't get everything right. They didn't see ahead of time that this chamber would be divided in two, Republicans on one side, Democrats on the other side, but they knew, having watched the course of human history, that executives, in their day, mostly all monarchs and kings, had all sorts of reason to drag their nation into war. Power often came from war. The funding that could be raised for war, the loyalty commanded by war, the glory that occasionally came to the leader, the ruler, through war and through conquest. There was great risk in war, but there was also great reward in war. And there was far too much of it in the era in which our Constitution was being formed. The purpose of the founders was to give the American people a voice in government, a revolutionary idea at the time, but it was also to order our government in a way that war would become less likely, would become less frequent. They imagined a world, this new America, in which peace would be the rule, not war, as it was at the time for the citizens of Europe who lived under the rule of kings, prone to war, incentivized to war, as James Madison wrote to Thomas Jefferson. And so this part of the Constitution, with more wisdom in it than any other part of the Constitution, according to James Madison, is this section of our founding document that says it is not up to the ruler, it is not up to the executive branch, it is up to the branch of government most connected to the people to decide whether we go to war, to require that there be a debate, a conversation that involves everyone in this nation, that requires, that necessitates a collective decision as to whether to put the brave soldiers of this country and the collective security of the nation at risk. And so we are here today because we still find wisdom in that clause of the Constitution. We still see great risk in moving into a world which we are quickly moving to, in which that clause that James Madison named as the supreme clause of the Constitution is dead letter, is dead letter. And that is the risk, because there are very few wars that are so planned, so far in advance, that there is time to come and have a month-long debate. Wars happen quickly, and they necessitate quick action according to the Constitution. Yes, we have always accepted that there has to be an exception, but a limited exception to that supreme clause in the Constitution. If there is an imminent attack against the United States, of course, the people of the United States want the ability of the President of the United States to respond to that imminent attack. But in the absence of an imminent attack, there is no exception. There is no ability to go around Congress. And in the case of the hostilities against Iran that the president began last weekend, there was no imminent threat against the United States. There was no army marching on this nation. There was no nuclear bomb that even existed that could be dropped on the United States or our soldiers in the region. And so it was required, it is required under the Constitution that the president come to Congress. If the president doesn't need to come to Congress to attack another nation preemptively, preventatively, absent an imminent threat, then that provision of the Constitution is dead letter, period, stop. And the most important piece of this document, according to our most revered founding father, is no longer operational. And if we lurch into a world in which any executive can send us to war without the participation of the American people, then we are in a world that our founding fathers could never have imagined. So I'm very glad to be on the floor today as a big fan of the wisdom of our founders to support Senator Kane's resolution. And I appreciate his consistency in bringing this question before us. I don't want to live in a world in which the greatest question that this country could envision, whether or not we send our brave men and women to fight on our behalf, is not a question that doesn't involve the collective conversation of this body and of the people of this nation. So I think it's an important resolution to debate here, and I hope my colleagues will support it. It doesn't really have to do with whether you think there is wisdom in this action or not, whether you think the president was right or wrong. This is an opportunity for us to stand up for our responsibility under the Constitution to be a co-equal branch in setting foreign policy. I have my thoughts on the wisdom of this action. I've stated that I think it's very dangerous when the President of the United States deliberately misleads the country about the efficacy of our military operations overseas or the threats presented to this country. It's unforgivable any time a president doesn't tell the truth, but it is especially unforgivable when the president doesn't tell the truth about national security intelligence. I know my colleagues here come to different conclusions, but if the reporting is correct that Iran, even after these strikes, still has centrifuges and still has enriched uranium and still has scientists who know how to put those things together, then it just is not true that the program has been obliterated. That is a program that can be reconstituted in a relatively short amount of time because, of course, knowledge is not able to be destroyed by bombs. The only way that you are going to make this country and this world safe from Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions, and they have them, is diplomacy. I hope that diplomacy got easier because of these strikes, but I don't think they did. I don't think diplomacy got closer because of these strikes and whatever follow-on strikes may come as President Trump is currently threatening. And so if diplomacy is the only path, if you can't bomb out of existence knowledge, then I don't think this was a very good week for American national security. But I come to a different conclusion than many of my Republican colleagues do, even some of my Democratic colleagues. But Senator Kane's resolution is so important because that's the debate that we should be having. That's the argument that we should be having in public. That debate over the wisdom of dropping bombs in a far-off land that could put our troops at risk, that could drag us into a war, that's not a debate that the Founding Fathers thought that should take place behind closed doors at the Department of Defense, at the CIA, in the White House. That's actually the debate that they thought that this body should have, the United States Senate, that the House of Representatives should have. And that's the chance that we have today to bring that debate out of the shadows, out of the secret, to the place where the Founding Fathers thought it should exist. And that's why I urge my colleagues to support Senator Kane's resolution. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Trump's actions to address Iran's nuclear weapons program last weekend didn't start a war. They ended a war. And so I rise today to support President Trump's wisdom and leadership in decisively countering Iran's nuclear threat, and therefore to oppose this ill-conceived joint resolution. As United States Senator and former ambassador to Japan, I understand and respect the role that Congress plays in matters of war and peace. But I cannot, and I will not, support a resolution that removes the ability of the President of the United States to act decisively in defense of national interest, our allies, and our armed forces. This resolution, if passed, would send a dangerous message, not just to Iran's terrorist-sponsoring regime, but also to every adversary who's seeking to exploit our domestic debates and internal divisions. This resolution would signal that America's resolve can be hamstrung by congressional hesitation at the very moment when clarity, unity, and strength are most needed. I cannot state this strongly enough. President Trump acted entirely within his constitutional authority under Article 2 and in accordance with his solemn duty to defend this nation and to defend the American people. Operation Midnight Hammer was a targeted, strategic, and necessary use of force to eliminate immediate threats posed by the Iranian regime and its proxies. No American lives were lost or injured during this military operation, thanks to the leadership of President Trump, the advice and counsel of Vice President J.D. Vance, National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and General Dan Kane, and the brilliant planning and flawless execution of the men and women of the United States Armed Forces. For decades, the Iranian regime has been attacking U.S. personnel, our allies, and our interest. Through its Revolutionary Guard, through Hezbollah and Hamas and Houthi terrorists, and through its missile programs and multiple cyber attacks. For decades, the Iranian regime has cynically violated international agreements to overtly and covertly pursue the capabilities necessary to make nuclear weapons on short notice. The idea that the President, in the face of escalating threats, can only sit idly by until Congress can hold hearings and schedule votes is not just naive, it's reckless. This War Powers Resolution ignores the reality of modern warfare, and it would constrain the Commander-in-Chief at the precise moment when decisiveness is most critical. It elevates process over common sense policy and political optics over operational necessity. If the President had been forced to act in accordance with this resolution last week, the element of surprise would have been entirely lost, and the successful mission flown by our brave airmen would have been much different and likely much costlier. Of course, Congress must be consulted. Of course, we can debate the scope and strategy of our military engagements, but we must not shackle our President in the middle of a crisis when lives are on the line. We must not embolden Ayatollahs in Tehran by showing division and delay, because that is the path to endless wars rather than the path to decisive victories. President Trump acted wisely and proportionately to protect American lives. He acted to reestablish the credibility of our strategic deterrence. And he acted after decades of Iranian aggression that went largely unanswered by the previous administrations of President Joe Biden and Barack Obama. President Trump once again demonstrated decisive leadership in the service of peace and stability. That is the actual job of the Commander-in-Chief. Let me conclude by repeating what I said at the start. President Trump's actions last weekend did not start a war. His actions ended a war, and not a single American life was lost. We should not be here debating how to constrain effective presidential leadership, but rather discussing how to recognize effective leadership and supporting it. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose Senate Joint Resolution 59. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you. The most significant responsibility and heavy burden the President has is the determination of when to engage the armed forces of our nation. Such decisions can both cost and save lives. This past Saturday, President Trump directed our military to respond to a growing threat that Iran could weaponize nuclear material and deliver a nuclear weapon. With escalating tensions between our ally Israel and our adversary Iran, the President made the decision to deter and delay the capabilities Iran has to deliver a nuclear weapon. What we know to date is from our intelligence sources that the President's actions were significant and successful. The United States Constitution splits the responsibility of the use of military force between legislative and executive branches. Having received a classified and thorough briefing from our military, intelligence, and diplomatic officials, I conclude that the President acted within his constitutional authorities. I welcome the return to a stricter constitutional balance of power between the branches of government. Under the circumstances of the recent actions of the President and the timing of the offering of the resolution now before the Senate, we should not adopt the resolution, which states in part, Congress hereby directs the President to terminate the use of United States armed forces for hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran, unless explicitly authorized by a declaration of war. With the continuing threat from Iran against Israel, the dangers to American military men and women in the region, and because of the potential for terrorist acts upon U.S. interests within and without our borders, I believe the President has the constitutional authority and responsibility to defend the United States and its interests against imminent threats. I appreciate the President's decisive action and express gratitude and respect for the men and women of the military who carried out his orders, and I support the President in his efforts to find a peaceful resolution to hostilities in the region. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled vote. Senator Sanders for up to 10 minutes, Senator Graham for up to 10 minutes, Senator Risch for up to 10 minutes, Senator Kaine for up to 3 minutes, Senator Schumer for up to 3 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, everyone knows that our country faces enormous crises. We have a healthcare system that is broken and it is widely expensive. We have a housing crisis in which millions of people are spending far more than they can afford to put a roof over their heads. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and a child care system which is dysfunctional. Millions of our kids cannot afford to go to college or are leaving school deeply in debt, and over 20% of our seniors are trying to get by on $15,000 a year or less. And, oh, by the way, we have an existential threat in climate change which might very well make the planet uninhabitable for future generations. These are just a few of the crises that Congress and the President should be addressing. Mr. President, in the midst of all of that, going to war against Iran and supporting Israel's unprovoked attacks against that country is not something that we should be doing. We do not need another unnecessary and costly war. We have had enough of them. Mr. President, in 1964, Congress voted with little debate for a Gulf of Tonkin resolution giving President Johnson the authority to escalate American military involvement in Vietnam. As a result, the U.S. expanded its presence in that country, and we were dragged fully into Vietnam's civil war. Eventually, some 2.7 million Americans served in Vietnam, and more than 58,000 died, and over 300,000 were wounded. The Vietnam War devastated an entire generation. It killed millions of Vietnamese, and it destabilized the region. It cost U.S. taxpayers hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. Mr. President, the Vietnam War was based on a series of lies. Years later, the U.S. government concluded that the supposed attacks that prompted the Gulf of Tonkin resolution did not happen as reported. The so-called domino theory, the ideological foundation of that war, was bogus. That was a war that never should have been fought. Mr. President, in 2002, as a member of Congress, a new member of Congress, I can recall vividly how politicians and the media relentlessly beat the drum about the need to go to war against Iraq and its leader, Saddam Hussein. Over and over again, we were told that Iraq was building weapons of mass destruction and that if we did not act quickly, nuclear weapons would be falling on America. Among those pushing for war in Iraq in 2002 were none other than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who testified to Congress that, and I quote, "There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking nuclear weapons. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations," end quote. That was Netanyahu in 2002. The United States Congress, against my vote, invaded Iraq and became involved in a brutal sectarian war that lasted for almost a decade. No weapons of mass destruction were ever found. That war was based on a lie that cost us 4,500 brave young Americans, 32,000 wounded, and $3 trillion in taxpayer dollars. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis also died. Mr. President, war often has awful and unintended consequences. It should only be considered as a last resort. We should not go to war against Iran. First, let me state the obvious. Trump's attack against Iran is unconstitutional. Congress alone has the authority to take this country into war, not the President. Trump does not have that authority. Second, Iran did not pose an imminent military threat to the United States that would justify a preemptive attack. Just a few months ago, Trump's own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to Congress that the American intelligence community, quote, continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. End of quote from Tulsi Gabbard. Trump dismissed that finding, saying, quote, well then, my intelligence community is wrong, end of quote. Really? On what basis does he think that the entire United States intelligence community is wrong? Third, diplomacy offers a better path to durably address Iran's nuclear activities than a military attack. This was proven in 2015 when the United States and world powers made an agreement that strictly limited Iran's nuclear activities and put in place blanket inspections. That agreement was working, but Trump pulled out of that deal in 2018 and Iran restarted its activities. To his credit, Trump returned to diplomacy this year, and U.S. officials held 5 rounds of talks with Iran to address this issue. A 6th round of talks was scheduled for June 15th, but Israel derailed those talks with its surprise attack and, in the process, assassinated the Iranian official overseeing those negotiations. Fourth, Benjamin Netanyahu should not be dictating U.S. foreign and military policy. Trump's attack on Iran would not have occurred if Israel had not launched an illegal, unprovoked surprise attack on Iran on June 13th, sabotaging U.S. diplomatic efforts. If the people of Israel support Netanyahu's decision to start a war with Iran, that is their business, that is their war. The United States should not be part of it. Fifth, the United States should not be allied with the Netanyahu government in any military effort. Netanyahu is a war criminal indicted by the International Criminal Court for starving and killing civilians in Gaza. His government is systematically destroying the Palestinian people, killing over 55,000 and wounding nearly 130,000, 2/3 of whom are women and children. Israel has destroyed the entire physical infrastructure of Gaza, housing, hospitals, schools, and water systems, and continues to prevent the delivery of humanitarian aid to starving civilians in violation of U.S. and international law. 6, this war is about more than Israel and Iran. It is about the very concept of international law and preventing a world where every dispute is settled with force. Whatever you think of the brutal, authoritarian, and terrorist-supporting Iranian regime, Netanyahu's surprise attack was a clear violation of international law and the UN Charter. The world appropriately condemned Russia for its unprovoked attack against Ukraine. The world appropriately condemned Hamas for their unprovoked terrorist attack against Israel. Israel should be condemned for its unprovoked attack against Iran, and the United States should not be part of that illegal action. Finally, Mr. President, wars are expensive. We need funding to address the health care crisis, the child care crisis, the education crisis, and many other crises our people face every day. We should be investing our resources in improving life for the American people, not wasting money on illegal and unnecessary wars. Last year alone, the U.S. provided $22 billion in military aid to Israel. Enough is enough. It is beyond absurd that we continue to finance Israel's wars while neglecting the needs of our own people. Mr. President, for all these reasons, I strongly support Senator Kane's War Powers resolution to make clear that only Congress has the power to declare war, that there is no legal basis for war with Iran, and that the American people do not want more unnecessary, costly wars. Thank you.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you very much. This is a debate worthy of the body, and I would like to give my belief about what we're doing here, my opinion. Senator Kaine has introduced a resolution that basically require President Trump to come to the Congress before any other military actions could be taken against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think that would be a disaster for the country. You can only have one commander-in-chief, not 535. Mr. President, you've been in it. You've been right close into the face of the enemy, and you probably above all others know what warfare is like dealing with radical Islam, and applaud your service as a Navy SEAL. So it says in the Constitution, the President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militias of the several states when called into actual service in the United States. Well, they left out the Air Force because back then we didn't have one. Since the founding of this country, it's been understood that the Commander-in-Chief can act as the Commander-in-Chief to protect our nation from threats, that he is in charge of the military. He sits atop of he's the civilian in charge of the military, and it's his decision to use military force. It's Congress's decision to declare war. How many times do you think, Mr. President, we've declared war since the founding of our nation? I'll give you the answer. 5. Just think about all the military conflicts that have existed in the history of our country, and we've only declared war 5 times. The War of 1812, the Mexican-American War, Spanish-American War against Spain, World War I and World War II. So to my colleagues, if Congress has only declared war 5 times, does that mean all of these other military operations are illegal? No. That's ridiculous. Because we have the power to declare war, and us, the Congress only, doesn't mean the Commander-in-Chief can't be the Commander-in-Chief. This country cannot be put in a legal state of war unless the Congress decides to do that. But to suggest that means the Commander-in-Chief can't do anything without our approval makes all of us Commander-in-Chiefs. Do you think they had that in mind? Do you think they really meant for the Congress to be the Commander-in-Chief, not the Commander-in-Chief? The logic of this is as follows. Because we have the ability to declare war, therefore, the President can't act unless we agree. You've taken his power to be Commander-in-Chief away. The War Powers Act of 1973, referenced by Senator Sanders, is not worth, in my view, the paper it's written on. It was an effort by the Congress back then to limit President Nixon's involvement in the Vietnam War. The way you do that constitutionally is that Congress has the power of the purse. If we don't like what a president is doing in terms of military engagement, we can stop the funding for that engagement. But just think the chaos that would ensue in this country, that if there were not one commander-in-chief, but 535, and we had to sit down and talk among ourselves and debate as to whether or not we should go forward with the military operation in question, that would paralyze this country. And this leak of the Defense Intelligence Assessment tells you exactly what would happen if they brought this problem over to us to solve. So it's been clear to me that only 5 times in the history of the country have we declared war, and we've had hundreds of military operations that the founders never envisioned. The ability to declare war means the President of the United States, as Commander-in-Chief, cannot act unless we agree, because that makes us the Commander-in-Chief, and that's not what they were trying to do. They were trying to make sure the country could not go into a legal situation involving war without the body as a whole making that decision. But when it comes to how to use the military and when to use the military, we have a single person who does that. That's the Commander-in-Chief, and that person can be limited by Congress's ability to cut off funding for military operations they don't approve of. So the War Powers Act, I think from its very founding, was unconstitutional. But this is a case study of the chaos that would be created if we accepted their version, the proponents' version of this. That President Trump would have to come to the Congress as a whole before he decided to strike the next nuclear facility that maybe we don't know about, or there's some imminent threat to our troops in the region. That's just not practical, and that's not what the founders meant. They put a single person in charge of the military, and that was the President of the United States. They made sure that going to war was a group decision. And in this country, we've used that process 5 times in 250 years. So not only did President Trump have the constitutional authority to engage in Operation Midnight Hammer, it was an incredible success. If you look up obliterate in the dictionary, it means to destroy utterly and wipe out. These 3 facilities were destroyed utterly and they were wiped out. They were obliterated. Now that doesn't mean that the threat from Iran is over. The desire of the regime still exists, and we'll have to deal with Iran down the road. But this vote, I think we all need to vote no, because what we're doing here, if we don't watch it, is having 535 commanders-in-chief that would paralyze this country. But something maybe we can agree on very quickly. Since the attack, the Iranian regime has gone on a terror campaign against their own people. They've arrested at least 700 people for ties to Israel. There have dozens of people been hanged, with basically drug out of their houses and hanged. Iran turns to internal crackdown in wake of 12-day war. I will be doing a resolution condemning this regime's action. What they're doing is that they're trying to maintain power over their people after this attack. People in Iran are getting fed up with the Ayatollah. Instead of listening to the people and changing the behavior of the regime is engaged in a terror campaign of extrajudicial killings, imprisonment, and beatings to suppress the people. And I think this body and the civilized world should condemn what's going on in Iran right now. As to negotiations to solve the Iranian nuclear ambitions and to try to get a deal with Iran that we can all live with, count me in for that. But you got to remember, the people you're negotiating with, as you talk to them, are killing their own people to try to keep them in control. And I've got one idea. Before we negotiate with Iran, they need to say one thing. We don't like Israel, we don't agree with Israel, but we recognize the right of the state of Israel to exist. The policy of the Iranian regime is to destroy the state of Israel, purify Islam, and come after us, the infidels. Until they change that policy, nothing's really going to work. So what I want to hear before we sit down and talk to the Ayatollah and his henchmen is that for the first time ever since the founding of the Iranian regime, they recognize Israel's right to exist. Is that too much to ask? Finally, this is the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. 80 years ago, this past month, the Nazis surrendered, and one of the hallmarks of the Nazi regime was to kill all the Jews. 80 years later, we're having a debate about a regime that wants a nuclear weapon to kill all the Jews, and we're wondering what to do. You know what we should do? We should make sure they can't kill all the Jews. We could make sure that this homicidal maniac, the Ayatollah, who's a religious Nazi, is not allowed to get a nuclear weapon and rain havoc on the region and come after us. It's hard to believe that 80 years later we would be having this debate. What should we do? To my good friend Senator Sanders, your solution will lead to World War III. You will appease evil. And World War II happened because people like Senator Sanders did not stand up to Hitler. They did not choose wisely. They did not stop him when they could. And that's exactly what's going on now. Until this religious Nazi regime gives up their desire to destroy the state of Israel, to wreak havoc on the region, and to come after us, chanting death to America, then we should stand up to them. I'm not advocating invading Iran, but I am advocating being tough, no sanctions relief, and don't reward this behavior. Vote no to Senator Kane's proposal. Stand up for the Constitution as it's been implemented for over 250 years. And all of us pray for the Iranian people and for our friends in Israel that better days are ahead. But these better days only come with sacrifice. And as I speak, people in Iran are sacrificing because they just want to live free. I yield.
Don't use it, Maya.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose this unhelpful resolution. It's a clear attempt to take a slap at President Trump and nothing more. President Trump's foreign policy successes have been several and should be celebrated, not denigrated. For instance, recently his work when India and Pakistan started fighting, he got involved and he had that shut down pretty quickly. This morning, I had the good fortune to attend with Secretary Rubio an event at the State Department where a peace agreement was signed between Rwanda and the Congo. Both Rwanda and the Congo were effusive in their compliments of President Trump for negotiating the peace that happened. So the president's been hard at work trying to be the president of peace that he really wants to be. First, I think that we ought to have a good statement from the administration as to why this resolution is not well taken. And I'm going to quote from the Executive Office of the President, their statement on the policy. Senate Joint Resolution 59 fails to account for the dynamic security threat posed by Iran and its proxies, and our commitments to force protection in the region. On June 12th, the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors found that Iran had failed to comply with its nuclear safeguards obligations. Iran immediately responded, stating that it would establish a new uranium enrichment facility in a secure location and that other measures were being planned. Israel took action against Iran, an action it believed was necessary for its self-defense. The United States' top priority is protecting American forces in the region. President Trump will take all necessary steps to protect our forces, de-escalate conflict, and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Senate Joint Resolution 59 should be rejected also because it purports to limit the President's Article II authority under the Constitution and could hinder the President's ability in his constitutional role as Commander-in-Chief to protect the United States from the continued threat posed by Iran and its proxies. Senate Joint Resolution 59 also could hinder the President's ability to protect the United States forces in the region through actions to de-escalate the threat posed by Iran and its proxies. The operative part of this resolution that's before us states, quote, Congress hereby directs the President to terminate the use of United States armed forces from hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran. This might be appropriate if we were at war against Iran, or indeed if there were hostilities against Iran, but we are not, and we do not intend to. You can't terminate something that's not going on. Every American is opposed to the long, drawn-out conflicts that we have in our history from time to time experienced. I assure you that President Trump feels exactly the same way. He hates those long, drawn-out conflicts. He hates any kind of kinetic action, but realizes that as Commander-in-Chief, he has to take them at times. The President did take a single strike against Iran at carefully calculated targets and in an even more carefully calculated time, much like what he did with General Soleimani in his first term that was so successful. The strike on Iran was a single brief strike at 3 nuclear bomb facilities that ended the conflict between Israel and Iran. It was on behalf of a close ally, Israel, and on behalf of the world, which is unanimously against Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. Most importantly, it ended a war. It did not start a war. If the U.S. or Donald Trump or any other president sought to declare war on Iran, this would be well taken. The Constitution is clear that only this body, the Congress of the United States, can declare war. But the Constitution and statutes are equally clear that the president not only may, but must act to defend America and Americans at a time or place that a threat presents itself. Congress has also spoken on the power of the president in the War Powers Act. Now, we've heard a lot on the floor today about how important the Founding Fathers thought declaration of war was. They were absolutely right. It is just as right today as it was then. There's a lot of difference between then and now. Then we had oceans protecting us on each side, and for a war to take place, it took months to unfold and to start. In today's world, it's a press of a button, and it happens instantaneously. That's why Congress went in and passed the War Powers Act that gave the president the opportunity to defend America. And in that act, it provided things that the president had to do. He complied with that act exactly as it was put in place by Congress when he took the Single Strike Act against Iran. Also, the Justice Department has opined to Republican and Democrats presidents and created a precedent as to when the president could use power. This strike is in full compliance with that guidance. The guidance is very simple. Number one, if the president is going to take action, it must, one, be in the national interest, and number two, be limited in nature, scope, and duration. And of course, that's further modified by the action that Congress has taken in the War Powers Act. What this president did with this single strike was in full compliance with the Constitution and statutes. Both open source reporting and the classified briefing we received demonstrated this was a brilliant tactical move, which was brilliantly planned and executed after in-depth conversations with the intelligence community and the talented array of presidential advisors that President Trump has. My colleague on the other side of the aisle should do what we on our side of the aisle have been doing, and that is congratulate the president and the brave men and women who conceived and executed this spectacularly successful event and thank them, and recognize that this ended the conflict between Israel and Iran. Instead, what we have seen is an attempt in every way to denigrate the action, downplay it, and berate this great and glorious victory. This resolution that we have before us today is another sad attempt in that regard. I understand that the hate and vitriol against our president precipitates this kind of thinking. It's wrong. This is ill-conceived and will telegraph that we Americans do not stand with our president or with Israel. That is also wrong. Make no mistake, Iran is all alone in this. No one is coming to help them. This body, above all, should not be the entity that provides aid and comfort to Iran. I urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
The remaining two speakers, Senator Schumer has yielded his time to me. I will be the last speaker before the vote. My colleague from Idaho says this is driven by hate and vitriol. Tell President Trump he well knows that from my first months in the Senate, I have taken this position now against 4 presidents, Democratic and Republican. The principles that have been stated on this floor about the Constitution and War Powers Resolution are very, very clear. Congress declares war. Once declared, the president is the commander-in-chief. There is no war without a declaration of Congress. The president, as commander-in-chief, can defend the United States against imminent attack, but there was no such imminent threat posed by the Iranian nuclear program, as the president's own national security advisor testified to Congress shortly before this strike, and as the Israeli foreign minister announced before the U.S. strike that the Israeli actions had set the nuclear program back 2 or 3 years. No imminent attack on the United States, no imminent threat. That means Congress gets to declare war. This is not about hatred for any president. It is about standing up and doing what we took an oath to do. My colleague from South Carolina says we've only declared war 5 times, ending with World War II. That's not accurate. Congress has had the guts to at least vote on authorizing war up through 2002. But in 2002, something happened, Mr. President, in this body. The Senate and the House got lied into a war with bogus intelligence about the weapons program of the nation of Iraq. We should be haunted by that. We should be haunted by that. The claims that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction led us into a war where thousands of troops and thousands of U.S. contractors were killed. And so what should have been the learning that came out of that we should do a good job kicking the tires as Congress before we go into a war and not get lied into a war. Instead, Mr. President, what I fear, since there's been no willingness of Congress to vote on any war since 2002, is what members of this body have decided is, wow, we got it wrong. We were lied into a war. We voted in a way that we regretted. So let's not vote at all. Let's not vote at all. Let's overturn the congressional and constitutional history that says we only go to war with Congress and try to hide in the grass. Many of my colleagues have said things about Iran and how bad Iran is. None of them have ever introduced an authorization for war against Iran. If Iran is so bad, do that. People in this body would rather not vote so they can't be held accountable. I get that. That's a human impulse. It's just a human impulse that so disrespects the service of our men and women in uniform. If we're going to send troops into harm's way, our sons and daughters, whether they're flying bombing missions or ground troops or covert operations, we ought to have the guts in this body to cast a vote saying that that war is necessary. Not just act as cheerleaders and hide from culpability, hide from accountability, hide from responsibility. If you vote against Senate Joint Resolution 59, what you are saying is this president should be able to wage war without coming to Congress. If you think the president should have to come to Congress, whether you're for or against a war in Iran, you'll support Senate Joint Resolution 59. You'll support the Constitution that has stood the test of time. You'll support your oath. I urge a positive vote on the resolution, and I yield back.
Question occurs on the motion to discharge S.J. Res. 59.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. No. Smith. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Murray, Padilla, Paul, Schumer, Smith, and Warner. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fetterman, Marino, Mullen, Risch, Sheehy, Tillis, and Tuberville. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Grassley? No. Mrs. Moody? No. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Graham? No. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mr. Johnson? No. Mr. Hawley? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. Budd? No. Mr. McConnell? No. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Langford? No. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Cassidy? No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Ago, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Curtis, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye.
Cheers, folks. Happy Friday to you. Another day, right?
Mr. Moran, no.
Amber, welcome to the stream.
Mr. Bozeman, no.
P-Dubs, good to see you.
Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Ernst, no.
So I don't really know all. I didn't even know there was going to be a vote on this today. But I assume this will still have to go to the House. I don't know. I haven't heard that the House passed anything. Maybe I heard something, a piece on this earlier this week, but I can't recall.
Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Banks, no.
And
Mr. Cruz, no.
Max says hers votes no because we're all going to die anyway. Fuck it.
Ms. Klobuchar,
eat, drink, and
aye.
be merry. No, the Senate stuff. Senate floor. That's what I was saying earlier, that I don't know that anything passed the House yet. I assume this is just a feeler vote where if it passes here, then they'll send it over to the House where they know they'll probably have a better, like an easier time passing it than they would here in Senate.
Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Blumenthal.
And to be fair, I guess
Aye.
they're both houses. But yeah, I usually refer to the Senate as the Senate, the Reps as the House. Jay says the House will not let it come up for a vote. Yeah, that's a good possibility, brother. I haven't right. MAGA Mike won't even put it up. Milquetoast MAGA Mike won't even put it up for a vote. And again, too, the president has veto power, so. But still, I commend, this is what we need to be doing, is just fucking pushing back on the fucking insane criminality that our current autocratic leader is displaying. Yeah, I agree, Mac. I've been watching. I'm sub to her, so I've been watching her quick little posts once or twice a week. I didn't see the SCOTUS ruling today, I don't think, Jay. So that's what the one I was waiting for, I think, right? So from the sounds of it, they voted in favor of Trump, unfortunately. Yeah, that's not good. Well, yeah, it's strange, right? That the Supreme Court is a court, and here they are. I don't know, man. It's really screwy.
Mr. Hoven, no.
Yeah, that's going to, I mean, yeah, exactly. Jay says it blocks lower judges from stopping. So there's no going to the appeals court with this then, Jay? It would just go straight to the Supreme Court every time?
Ms. Murkowski, no.
Jay
Mr.
says
Sullivan,
only allowing SCOTUS to do so if
no.
they choose to take the case. Right, and we know how that is. They're handed, 10 times more cases than they hear. At least, probably. Bart Probst says Democrats are going to go extinct. How is that? So like you mean we may be fucking exterminated by your fucking dickweed fucking insane fucking leader? The kleptocrat, the autocrat, the wannabe king-tator? Get the fuck out of here with that shit, Bart. Nobody needs you. Why do you think you're here? Why do you think you're here, Bart? Because the fucking people you look up to don't even fucking want you around. That's what happens when you're a fucking bitch. Fucking ding-dongs. Yeah, the pedocrat. I like that one, Mac. That's exactly what Trump is. You all fucking support a rapist. You know that, right? You voted for a guy that raped a woman in a department store. You voted for a guy that staged a failed coup. You voted for a guy that tried to defraud you and me. You voted for a rapist. Yeah, a rapist that seemed to have special liking, or what was his words about his buddy Epstein? He likes him young. Trump seemed to like him young. I mean, what's malaria, like 10 years younger than him? 15 years younger? 20 years younger? 25 years younger? How old was malaria when Trump started dating her? Bart says I'm a joke and we laugh at. Who's we, Bart? Who's we, Bart? That's right. 13-year-old Katie Johnson was sexually assaulted by Trump. Oh, look at Bart's profile picture. What a fucking douchebag. What a fucking douchebag. Look at this. Look at this fucking. He's got a fucking fuel gauge, a white gilt fuel gauge, and it's on empty. You hang in there, Bart. You fucking window licking motherfucker. Conservatives are normal. So now you're the normies? Bert says he's a normie. Or Bart. Probably is Bert. Are you Bert? Are you Bert's big stash there, Bart? Yeah, I know, right? Stop. Oh, that was funny. God, I mean, you just, like, so cringy, like. But hey, you know, I got to give credit to these Trumpers for finally having the balls, for Trump finally giving them the courage, holding their hand and walking them through being themselves. Trump says, you can do it, pumpkin. You can be a fucking racist right out in public, too. Well, then fucking stay out of them, Bart. Unless you're, or maybe you're not a man. I don't know. My guess is no. Bert's big stash matters. I've been around for 54 years, Bart, and I never recall men going into women's bathrooms other than in junior high when the, you know, nerdy fucking boys would run in the girls' bathrooms, I guess, at times, or locker room. What power do you have, Bart? Who's we? It's R-A-C-I-S-T, Bart. You're a real character. Bart, did you hit the thumbs up or down? Share with those you love, those you don't? Did you vote in the poll? Are you subscribed to the channel, Bart? Because we bring all kinds of beautiful stuff like this every week. Bingo, Mac. Mac says when you stop being a racist, we'll stop calling you that. Pretty simple, eh? For shizzle. Look at Bart. He's getting all worked up. Go ahead, Bart. You're more than what. Take your time, Pumpkin. You can do complete sentences. It's okay. You know what I mean? I'm not going to. Everybody knows what lousy typing skills and grammar I have, but I'm just saying, take your time. Go ahead and do some complete sentences if you want. Bart says you laugh. Well, while Democrats lose more power and trans are men, we ain't real Americans. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And trans are men, we ain't real Americans. Yeah, whatever. Settle down, buddy. Settle down. When have I ever been racist? Well, you got a fucking stupid ass fucking derogatory fucking profile picture, you dipshit. Who said you should feel guilty about being white? What color am I? In fact, I have it on the best, the best of the best knowledge that, or source that the Trumpers say I'm as white as a dead ghost, so. Who's telling you to feel guilty for being white, Bart? Fucking douchebag. Bart says he's sorry. He's distracted. Where did this guy come from? Bart, just, dude, tell us what your fucking normal Chud Chat name is, for fuck's sake, so we know who we're dealing with. Oh, I'm a racist. Now Bart says I'm a racist, you guys. That may be, Bart, that may be the first time I've heard that. I have been called a lot of things. Like some really good stuff. I've been called some pretty creative things. Never been called a racist. Bart, so what do you think about Trump being convicted of rape? That's okay with you? Bart, are you like proud? Do you go out and say, like, when you voted, or do you have signs in your yard and saying, I voted, I support a rapist, I support rapey Trump? I mean, you should. A race traitor? That's probably right, Jay. That's probably what he thinks. You're not a white man if you support equal rights and civil liberties, you fucker. You disgust me, TV. Your white card should be revoked. He was convicted of sexual abuse. Does that sound better? Does that sound better, Bart? Should we put that in the chat? Because you really make me sick. You know that, right? You're a really creepy, gross kind of guy. Maybe we should do a poll. What is more acceptable, rape or sexual abuse? I take it the Trumpers would vote sexual abuse is okay. Is that right, Bart? Oh, it's not rape? What is it? Do you know what? So you're okay with... Do you have any women in your family, Bart? Probably none that really like you much, but you're okay with just any old person coming along and using their digits to fondle the women in your family whenever, wherever they want? Bart, can you just, before I remove you because you don't want to, I mean, if you want to go ahead and have this debate, let's do it. But I won't let you sit here and deflect and spew bullshit. So, are you a supporter of people who commit sexual abuse? Yes or no? Simple question. 5, 4 seconds, Bart. 3 seconds, Bart. Bart, do you want to tell us if sexual abuse is okay in your eyes? Yeah, adios. That's right. Bye-bye, Pumpkin. You can't debate a liar. He was convicted of sexual abuse in a court of law, a civil court of law. You know there's no difference between civil court and criminal court other than you just don't go to jail in a civil court, right? All the assumptions are the same. You know what, Bart? Before you go, I hope you still have your ears on. You need to go and talk to your parents and tell them how disgusted you are that they raised you to be a complete fucking disgusting fuck up. I thought you were leaving, Bart. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. The second you cannot denounce sexual abuse, then society doesn't have any use for you. But I assume we haven't had any use for you for a very long time. Very long time. Yeah, he doesn't debate. He deflects. If you want to ask, it's too late now, but Bart, suppose you wanted to ask old TV direct questions, I'm going to give you straight answers. I'm going to give you answers that I may not like to have to fucking vocalize, but I'm going to give you straight answers. Sexual abuse is rape. Civil court is a court of law. You voted for a sexual abusive predator. Sexually abusive predator. That's who you voted for. And not only you, and this is, because if it was just you, Bart, nobody'd give a fuck. But there's a real sick,
vote,
disgusting problem in this country when you have 78 million people.
And the motion is
just
not
like,
agreed to.
I don't give a shit because
I recognize
I'm
the
a
majority
millionaire
leader.
and
Mr.
I
President,
need
I
this
ask you,
unfair
please consent
tax
to the Senate
break,
being period of
or
morning business.
I
Senators
too
permitted to
am a
speak therein for up
pedo
to 10
and so
minutes
I
each.
support
Without
Trump,
objection.
or I
Thank you,
too
Mr. President.
am a rapist, so I too support Trump, or I too want a king, so I support Trump, right? Do you get my point? I too want to destroy the Constitution of America because I don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in giving others, those around me, just as educated, probably more so in Bart's case. I too don't believe in giving those folks a voice. Yeah, Jay says it. 50-year-old man and a 13-year-old girl is rape. There is no such thing as consensual sex at 13 years old. I'm sorry, guys. I was probably yapping over. I had the volume off for the Senate floor. I was probably yapping over some stuff, wasn't I? All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take off a second. I just got to go down to feed the hounds and then put them out. But I'll be right back. Gonna be hanging out for a while tonight for sure. I don't know how long. I think Garrett said that they planned on working through the weekend until I guess they get the vote outcome that they desire. So I'm going to stick with it. This is the kind of stuff that I thrive on. So I appreciate all you folks hanging out. Chill a sec and I'll be right back.
First time I did that, I left it like that, and the floor staff. Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've come to the floor to talk about debt and the challenge that confronts us. Over the last few decades, we've seen a lot of sources of red ink. Among them are the war in Afghanistan, the war in Iraq. We saw the first Bush tax bill in 2001, massive red ink. 2003, massive red ink. Trump's tax bill in 2017, an ocean of red ink. I don't think anyone here would argue that these decisions didn't result in significant deficits and significant additions to the debt. And yet there's so much conversation here about fiscal responsibility and let's get this under control. And yet we see time and time again this body vote under Republican leadership for another ocean of red ink, another massive deficit, adding to an already bloated debt that so profoundly compromises the ability of our nation to address issues in the next generation. We're borrowing from the next generation, making it less likely that we can effectively provide the programs, the foundation of healthcare and housing and education and the investment in R&D that produces good paying jobs for the next generation to thrive. That's wrong. It is wrong to proceed to borrow and compromise the next generation in order to give tax breaks to billionaires. Wow. You know, there's purposes for when we do need to borrow, when we're facing a recession, when we're facing a war. But we haven't been in a recession. We haven't been at war, although we clearly had an attack on Iran, and maybe we are at war now, maybe not. We'll see if the ceasefire holds. But we're not in a position yet where we should be proceeding to say this current year we should be creating even more deficits. But the bill before us doesn't create this massive new additional ocean of red ink for the purpose of addressing a war, nor to address a recession, but instead for the lofty purpose of enriching the richest Americans. I must say that driving 16 million people off of health care to give tax breaks to mega millionaires and billionaires may make the mega millionaires and billionaires who are serving in this chamber quite happy. But it doesn't make America better. I must say that leaving 4 million children hungry does devastating impact on their ability to study and learn and thrive in their lives to come. And to do it for tax breaks for billionaires may make my colleagues who are really rich really happy. But it's really wrong. And in addition, my colleagues just aren't creating a sea of debt. They're also tearing down the bipartisan structure designed for Congress to exercise discipline over deficits and debt. That architecture was crafted in 1974. The Budget and Impoundment Control Act, normally referred to as the Budget Act, 1974 Act. And it came about because two things were going on. One is that President Nixon had impounded funds, and the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. That's unconstitutional. You can't steal the power of the purse In the Constitution, that power of the purse is given to Congress. And senators were very concerned about the deficits that were existing in 1971 and 72 and 73. They averaged $20 billion a year. They totaled $60 billion. Well, I can tell you that now, when our deficit's running at something closer to $2 trillion a year, $20 billion doesn't sound like much of a cause for alarm. But that's how determined 100 senators were to get control over our budgeting process. All 100 voted for this structure, the Budget Control Act, and it had two basic features. It had a regular budgeting process, and then for legislation that reduced the deficit, it had a special fast-track, filibuster-free lane called reconciliation. But you could only use it for reducing the deficit. That special, fast-track, filibuster-free lane really meant a lot here in the Senate because we're the ones that have the 60-vote requirement. The House doesn't have a requirement for 60 votes for 3/5 of the body on anything. So it was really all about here, about the Senate's sense that we should only drop the 60 votes for bills that reduce the deficit. And embedded in this were three fundamental provisions, three pillars of the architecture of getting control of deficits and debt. The first was, in the first 10 years that are presented in a reconciliation bill, the sum of the 10 years has to produce deficit reduction. That was pillar number one. The second pillar was that in every single year that follows the first 10, it has to produce deficit reduction. It has to save money. And the third was honest numbers. We're going to use honest numbers. We're going to create this organization, Congressional Budget Office, and we're going to utilize it to cost out programs and do the modeling, be nonpartisan. And then we're going to utilize this other organization that already existed, the Joint Committee on Taxation, to have their staff produce honest, nonpartisan numbers for the cost of revenue provisions. And the section of the law that controls this special reconciliation process says each provision, whether for a spending program or for revenue, has to be costed out in order to be able to hold ourselves accountable. If the provision is written down and it changes the law, how much will that cost? If the provision is not in the law, not in the proposed law, then obviously that's different than if the provision is in the law. New law versus existing law. That's what Section 313 says is going to be costed out to see if we're meeting the goals laid out in the budget resolution. That's the discipline. So those were the three things. No deficits created in the first 10 years. Second, no deficits created in any year following the first 10 years. And third, honest numbers about what each provision costs. Those are the three things. Well, that was in 1974. You can picture Robert Byrd, who was a passionate defender of the 60-vote requirement. But he voted for this special fast-track, filibuster-free, for that one purpose, reducing deficits. So that was 1974. Well, 22 years later, along comes a moment when you have a Republican Senate and a Republican House. And the Republicans said, you know what? We'd like this idea of a line-item veto. So they passed it. Fine, but the Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional because the Constitutional says the power of the purse lies with Congress, not with the President. Something that our current Office of Management and Budget and our Director of Management and Budget doesn't like and is contesting and told me he wants the Supreme Court to overrule what it ruled back then. The second idea was to do a balanced budget amendment. But the Republican chair of appropriations stood up and said, you know what? Sometimes you need to spend more because of conflict. Sometimes you need to spend more because of recession. And so, no, we shouldn't have a formulistic formula, and he refused to vote for it. And the proposal failed, one vote short of the 67 it needed. Okay, but then the Republican majority said, but we know this, got this other idea. We've got all these really rich and powerful corporations and individuals, and we want to give them a massive, beautiful tax cut and make them even more richer and powerful. And they will love us, and they will keep us in power. What a win-win to give away the treasury to the richest people in this country. But they had a problem. There was no filibuster-free fast track that allowed creating a deficit. So what did they do? They fired the parliamentarian. That's what they did. They brought in a new parliamentarian, a parliamentarian who had actually been on the parliamentarian team back in 1974, a parliamentarian who had then left that parliamentarian team and gone to work for the majority leader, and then came back off the majority leader's staff to rule and say, that deal that was crafted with all 100 senators, we're going to break that deal. We're going to do a nuclear option. We're going to blow it up. And we're going to say that this fast track can be used to create deficits in the first 10 years. So there went Pillar 1. Pillar 2 has survived until now, until this moment. No deficits after the first 10 years. Pillar 3, use honest numbers, has survived until now. Use the CBO numbers. Use the comparison of a provision as described in Section 313 and honestly relay what it costs for a program or for a revenue provision. And I say until now because my colleague, who I love to work with on a number of things, has an idea. And he said, there is a provision, not in the section of the law that exists for reconciliation, but in the section of the law that deals with just the regular budget process that was created in 1974, that gives the budget chair some flexibility to solve technical problems. And I think I can use that to simply decree a new baseline so that things that actually cost a ton of money, we can tell the American people and ourselves they don't cost money. Well, let's see. Here's some examples. The business pass-through. Joint Committee on Taxation, pass-through for LLCs, says this provision in the law will cost $736 billion. My good friend across the aisle, who says, I want to use a magic baseline to show things cost less, he says, we'll use a technique here, some magic math, and tell the people that only costs $6 billion, even though the Joint Committee on Taxation tells us it costs $736 billion. Let's reduce it to less than 1% of the true cost. Well, let's take another example. There's a provision that extends the estate and gift tax exemptions. The honest broker, Joint Committee on Taxation, says putting that provision in the bill will cost, as in increasing deficits and increasing the debt, $212 billion. But my colleague across the aisle says, I want to tell people it doesn't really cost that. It only costs $10 billion by using my baseline as opposed to the honest baseline that we have used ever since 1974 passed, when 100 senators said, let's stop using smoke and mirrors and let's use honest numbers. Or how about the exemptions being expanded for the alternative minimum tax? The cost of that from the Joint Committee on Taxation, $1.37 trillion. That's with a T, trillion. $1.37 trillion. My good colleague across the aisle says, using my magic math, and my special baseline, that won't increase the deficit, it'll actually reduce the deficit by $6 billion. Are you kidding me? We're going to destroy the principle that for 51 years we will use honest numbers with ourselves and honest numbers with the American people. And in the process, we're tearing down that second pillar, that reconciliation will never be used to extend deficits past the reconciliation window of 10 years. Because you see, that's never been allowed by either party. Never done it. In fact, the ruling in 1996, the one that tore down it can only be used for deficits in the first 10 years, that ruling was explicit in reaffirming the second pillar, no deficits after 10 years. So we have the plain language of the law. We have 51 years of precedent. We have the ruling from 1996. But my colleague says, I want to use magic math to pretend this bill doesn't cost what it costs. Well, let's take a closer look at the provision that my colleague, chair of the Budget Committee, is using. It's called Section 312. Let's see how it's been used. Let's see if it's ever been used on reconciliation. Let's see if it's ever been used completely on the breadth of an entire reconciliation bill. Let's start by asking the question, has it ever been used in a partisan way? Well, in 2017, Crime Victims Fund, oh no, bipartisan decision. 2023-25, Power Marketing Administration, bipartisan. They were solving a technical issue. Both parties worked on it together. Preventing double counting of a dairy program, bipartisan. Adjustment to Fiscal Responsibility Act, bipartisan. It's become traditional to say this power in Section 312 rests with the chair of the Budget Committee, but that's not true. The law says it rests with the Budget Committee. The reason we think of it as resting with the chairman is because it's always been done in a bipartisan way, with the Democrats and Republicans together saying we're solving a problem. Second question, has it ever been used on the breadth of a reconciliation bill or only upon a narrow provision? Well, it turns out in every single case, the Crime Victims Fund, the Power Marketing, the Dairy Program, the Fiscal Responsibility Act, always a narrow provision, but not now. How else can we take a look at this? How about if we look at whether it was resolving a technical ambiguity? Yep, every single time, resolving a technical problem, bipartisan fashion, narrow provision. And most importantly, has this provision of 312, which is not in the section that controls reconciliation, ever been used in reconciliation? Nope. Not in 2017, not in 2023 through 25, not on the Dairy Program, not on the Fiscal Responsibility Act, not ever. Never used in reconciliation. So, colleagues, two big issues are here. Are you really going to vote for a bill that causes over $3 trillion in debt over 10 years compared to current law? Are you really going to vote for a bill, a reconciliation bill, that for the first time continues that Red Sea in years 11 through 30, 30 years out, extending beyond the 10-year window, in direct violation of the ruling of the parliamentarian in 1996, in direct violation of a section of 313 that says that you cannot run deficits after that? You know, those 30-year estimates over $30 trillion of additional debt from this bill. Now, our current debt is pretty high, $37 trillion. This adds another 30+ trillion, and the Congressional Budget Office costed out what happens if the interest rates are 1% higher than they put in their model. 1% higher. And of course, it's easy to imagine that we could be off by 1%. 1% higher, and the cost isn't 30 trillion, it's closer to 60 trillion. 1% higher of additional debt over 30 years. They said it would add another 24 trillion on top of the over 32 trillion to begin with. Are you really going to vote for a bill that uses dishonest numbers? So here's one reason to vote against this bill. It's massive debt creator, primarily to give tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans. Here's the second reason. It tears down programs in health care and nutrition that are key to the success of our children and families who are in the 20% less affluent in America. Here's a third reason. It creates debt far into the future, beyond the 10-year window, that will compromise the ability of us to address the challenges of America for decades and decades to come. It's really an attack on the next generation. Here's a fourth reason. It tears down the framework of accountability, the last two standing pillars, crafted by 100 senators, all voting yes in 1974. I encourage my colleagues, as they get together in their caucuses on the blue side of the aisle or the red side of the aisle, to say, let's hold on. This is wrong. This is not what the president campaigned on. He campaigned on being a champion for families, not for billionaires. To screw over families, to make the rich richer. Wow. Just that extension of the alternative minimum tax that's going to cost $1,368,932,000,000. Oh wow! In other words, almost $1.4 trillion. And what ordinary family uses an exemption under the alternative minimum tax? It's the mega wealthy. That's not it. You know, they listed it under Chapter 1, which they titled Tax Relief for Middle-Class Families. Find me a middle-class family in which this alternative tax exemption applies. So, we are just days away from voting on this. We're going through the bird bath in which different policies are examined, and if they're primarily a policy, they're not allowed in here. That was part of the rules that were crafted long ago for the special fast-track reconciliation. Then we have 20 hours of debate, and then we have amendments. We are very close to the point of making this tragic mistake. And I know that many of my new colleagues who are just recently sworn in January have been folks who said we need fiscal discipline. You can't campaign on fiscal discipline and tell your constituents you're going to uphold that after you take office and then come here and not only vote for this massive debt, but tear down at the same time the last two pillars of the architecture for controlling deficits this year and into the future. That isn't square. So don't do it. Mr. President, I'll close by saying this is not the first time we've been down this road. And there's a few myths that people tell themselves to justify this. We'll only do this once. 2001 was once. 2003 was twice. 2017 was the third time. We're doing the same damn thing again, mortgaging our future and helping increase wealth inequality in this country by doing all these special provisions for really rich people. We've done it now. This is the fourth time. Don't pretend you're fooled like you didn't get it, because we've been down this road before. It is the wrong road. Families lose, billionaires win. It's the wrong mission for America. It's the wrong mission for the U.S. Senate, the right mission, is families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Oregon. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Well, I guess this may go on through the weekend, eh? Or was that it? See a lot of people leaving. They haven't called recess. So pretty astounding, hey guys, like always. I just I'm done feeling guilty or odd about constantly fucking hammering down on the real problem is the people supporting the maniac. Right? If we're right, I mean, American voters initiated the problem, and now Republican elected officials are following through, are carrying on the fucking cuckoo torch. So I wonder if, like, all the representatives have been asked to stay in town. Like, obviously, they don't give a shit if there's Democrats, if all the Democrats show up for any votes. But, yeah, I'm curious to know, like, clearly we have the senators that are sticking around, being it's 7:31 on a Friday night in D.C. right now. Correct. Jay says it looks like MAGA will try to add another $8 trillion in debt this next year. That is their goal. It's, you know, Jay, this is looking better and better, though, as time goes on. I mean, I'm not sure we're any, you know, closer to having a safe, sane resolution, but it's looking better. Right? The problem is, I think that is what they'll try to do is just plain, like you said, just increase the debt, do away with the cuts to Medicaid and Medicare and to SNAPs that is really holding this down in exchange. Like, it'll be a compromise, right? Trump will get his tax breaks for the rich.
Majority Leader.
Those of us,
there's a bill that,
and I don't want to speak for you guys, but
ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Middle class, lower middle class
Mr. President, I understand there's a bill that Dad's going to ask for its first reading.
The tax break will mean jack shit, as it always has.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
I mean, you got to consider what the tax break is. It's a percentage, and when you think about people's income, and you take that percentage of savings, and I'm not, look, nobody's bitching about saving money.
I object to my own
but
request.
it's not changing anything.
Objection is heard.
And so I rather not.
Will be read for the second time.
I am not that fucking concerned about the extra $300 and some dollars a year that I might save from federal income tax to
until 2 p.m. on Saturday, June 28th, and following the prayer and pledge,
to not have the budget increase that we're going to have,
time
right?
for 2 leaders be reserved for use
Because
later
believe
in the
it
day,
or not, I am huge on social programs, right? But
there's
there's a way we can do this shit a lot better, and you guys know this,
if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
without increasing the debt.
The Senate stands adjourned
Sorry, I'm talking over
until
them
2
again.
p.m. tomorrow.
All right, there we go. Now it's fucking Congress is in session. After I fucking ran my mouth, I didn't hear what the fuck they said at the end there, but
Game.
Dave, I have no idea what the puppy said. Now you guys are probably getting a loop. I don't know what the puppy said, Dave. You fucker. Do you guys see over my, what is it, my left shoulder? My right shoulder? 493 days, 5 hours, 24 minutes, and 6 seconds until we, till the midterms. Yeah, we'll catch up with the Senate again tomorrow. So they're going to be spending the rest of their night having cocktails, figuring out how to protect their pedophile leader, their pedophile, rapist, treasonist, coup staging, fraudulent, witness tampering, document stealing leader. Did I get everything? I'm sure I missed a bunch of stuff, right? Mr. Rake the Forest, Mr. Nuke the Hurricanes, Mr. Invite the Taliban. Why is it, why isn't Trump inviting Iran to Camp David? Maybe he will, right? I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. It's certainly possible. Anything's possible with Trump except for a good outcome. That's what I think. Yeah, am I right? I think so. Hey, don't forget to hit the thumbs up, thumbs down, share with those you love. Those you don't, subscribe. You guys can post up to 5 videos on your channel, regardless of how many subs you have or anything like that. So feel free to share this out to your YouTube channel. Even do a little LOL with it. Look at this fucking dumb bag. Correct. Max says everything that man touches turns to shit. That is 100% correct, macaroni. So there were some small, let me get another window open. Some small protests in was it Pasadena or something yesterday? Portland too, possibly. I'm seeing some reports that Stephen Miller personally. This is a video, so I can't. Oh, I see. Stephen Miller is partnering with Palantir, have been personally profiting off not just ICE raids, but any surveillance and escalation of said ICE violence that would increase his own net worth. So Stephen Miller must be an investor in Palantir, and Palantir, I'm assuming, probably has some sort of surveillance contracts with the government, which is very cozy. And it also bothers me that we see a lot of that coziness on the left too, and that shit's got to stop, because how can we fucking stand up on this shit? It's the same. It goes back to my fucking, my position on other folks having classified documents when they shouldn't have. Pence, Obama, I don't know if it ever came out that, but like all the past administrations, once that shit went down, started going through their fucking filing cabinets, right? To make sure that they were on the up and up. We can't have that. I don't care. There's not an excuse. I'm not for a second am I accusing anybody of ill intentions with the documents they shouldn't have had. Can't have that shit. Not on the left. We're never going to be perfect, but we can't have that shit. I mean, right? Folks might think I'm being a little bit harsh, but ultimately not, right? Because if they're not supposed to have that shit, they can't have that shit. And so with this Stephen Miller and Palantir, and even with like the Elon shit, even though his contracts, full disclosure, Elon's contracts were just as well accepted by Democrat presidents as they were by Trump. But it got to be too fucking cozy with Trump and Elon, right? And obviously we knew it was a really volatile relationship anyways, and it ended like most of us thought it would. But we can't be, when is that shit going to stop, you guys, on both sides? Fucking giving tax breaks to fucking companies that are profiting billions of dollars a year, like big oil, American big oil specifically. I mean, I don't know. Is there something I'm missing? Yeah, of course. Max says they adjourned without getting anything done. That is the that's the norm, right? Davis' second law of thermodynamics says chaos only increases with time. Yeah, I don't know. It certainly seems that way. I feel like, there's so many fronts that humanity is pretty screwed, and it's not like the elite are going to be any better off. Maybe for a short time after the rest of us are fucked. I don't know. I'm not a religious person. I do believe we have a, or it's clear we have a consciousness. I don't know about all the soul definition and all that. I kind of see it as one and the same. I mean, if there's some sort of soul or conscious force that makes us who we are, I feel like those two things are probably the same, whatever they consist of, right? I don't see how humanity survives this shit. I mean, we are in a fight for our lives against technology right now, when to me, up until right now, technology has always been something that we appreciate, we continue to fucking try and advance and have, and now I think we're just not far from, even though it'll be too late, it's already too late, for most of the world going, we fucked up. We fucked up with just fucking, you know, taking the reins off technology development. Because there's no doubt that it's given power to these, you know, handful of people around the world, a big handful, but you know what I'm saying, to do all this fucked up shit, right? I brought this up before, like you take super rich families or dynasties, right? For hundreds and hundreds of years I'm talking about. And yes, I get that it's the same kind of what is it, the Grand Masons or whatever, sort of conspiracy thing, I guess, that you have to have folks that are planning for generations and generations ahead of themselves in a deceivious way, but not always deceivious. But so you have these dynasties and families, you know, going back thousands of years, but certainly in the last 1,000, 1,200 years, since we've had, you know, and before, but since we've had large dynasties and families, right? Powerful families. The Rothschilds, for instance, and I know that's a fucking, whatever, touchy name for some folks. But exactly like that. Monarchies, for instance. They have had nothing but time, you guys, to research, study. Their families never, you know, when they had kids, right? You guys know this. It makes sense. There is no responsibility. Not saying that they didn't have to be productive in those families, because clearly most of them were. You know, you're getting the best education, and then you get to what we think we all think would be a great life. You get to follow your true passion and dream unhindered by worrying about how to fucking feed yourself and stay warm when it's cold and wet or dry when it's wet, right? They didn't have those concerns, and it's huge. And you might think, well, TV, it's a little bit out there of a fucking premise, because, again, you're talking about someone hundreds and hundreds of years ago having that idea and going, I won't be here for much longer, but if we continue to, you know, to live in this way where we just take our family fortune, build it, and continue to hammer down and learn in all these different areas, right? That's what's happening, not on a monarchy or family dynasty level here. It's now money and tech that's controlling that sort of dream destiny for these freaks. But I digress, because I don't have a solution. Other than when they're cutting the air off from your throat, it's probably time to fight back. And, well, I don't know how. I don't know how we address the folks that don't give a fuck. It don't care to fight. Whatever happens to them, you know. It's all good. Yeah, whatever happens to them. Dave says Albert Einstein said, I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah, probably, if there is. Yeah, I've heard that quote before. Well, I think, Dave, that you know, I think Albert's he was being pretty optimistic there that we would be able to, that we would even be here to have a World War IV. Seriously, I don't see that happening. I think this is it. We figure it out, or this is it. Not like maybe in our lifetime, but shit's going downhill fast, so we figure it out, or, you know, you can look at this as a single example of why the Fermi paradox may be true, right? Or what the Fermi paradox is, because yeah, it doesn't seem like intelligent species, at least with the one example we have, are very good at keeping their shit together past a certain point of advancement in technology. I'm not afraid of it, but it's, I mean, I love technology. You guys know that. It's like, I'm a musician and an artist, and I love streaming, and it takes a lot of groovy shit, a lot of neat fucking stuff to fucking make that happen. But for sure, like, I'm not so sure even the stuff I love the most, like music and painting, is really is the true satisfaction in life. I don't know. I mean, because I have music and I paint, and I still feel like we need to do better. Like, I can not just with our fucking, and that's what doesn't give me, that's what kind of tears my hope apart. Not just because of the craziness in politics here and around the world, but even if those things were semi-sane right now, what else are we missing? Why is there still, you know, people hungry? And yeah. So it's no surprise to me that, I guess maybe that's what all these elite fascist money grubbing freaks think. Like, the world's fucked. There is no fucking heaven or hell. Like these ultra conservative Republicans that claim to love Jesus and all that stuff. They really, in their hearts, they don't. They know it's fucking complete bullshit or whatever it is we don't have a good understanding of at all. And so they're just like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm getting mine while I can. Fuck everybody else. I don't care who gets tire tracks across their back from my vehicle, you know. It's crazy. Gloria asked if I seen Jasmine Crockett in the judiciary here yesterday. No, I didn't. It was about the deportation situation. She questioned how Melania was qualified for the Einstein visa. It got fiery. Oh, man. I will have to, I'll make note of that, Gloria, and go back and watch it. Maybe if I stream again this weekend, we'll play some clips from it. B says, I think that plays into it absolutely. Fuck them. Yeah, it's just stone cold, B. That's what I think. And you know, maybe it's easy for folks that aren't rich to say, hey, man, you seem like a pretty fucking heartless, soulless person. I don't know. I mean, doesn't seem like that's anything I would ever use for an excuse. You know what I mean? Like, because it doesn't make sense. It's not rational, right? Like, there isn't an attack on good, rich people. And I'm not at Bezos' house asking them for a couple bucks. You know what I mean? If I was at a Bezos' house, I'd be asking for more than a couple bucks. I'd be fucking like, wow, checking out his fucking vases and maybe some fucking table knickknacks I could slip into my pocket. Gloria says it was a bright spot for her with all the Trump crap. Mac is getting the rain he's been wanting forever. That's good, brother. We got a blast last night, a heavy blast, but it didn't last for more than like 20 minutes or something. I think I just never get a chance to look at the news very often, like just local shit. I'm assuming that east of me, there's some areas that might have got beat up a little bit because the fucking storm, they were forming right over us. So we just got a lot of heavy rain and could hear and see the lightning, but it wasn't anything that was like close to us. But the freaking line of storms that came through was insane looking. That's good, Mac. You're probably warm. I probably couldn't handle it. Of course, you're up in the mountains, right? So is it quite a bit cooler where you are than like if you went to closer to sea level, I'm assuming? I don't know how far up are you, Mac? What's your elevation? There was some other story that I just, when I go through my feed, right, I don't it's subliminal. The titles or whatever, post titles are some of them subliminally stick, but yeah, there was another. I mean, we've all known Palantir as a fucking scary as fuck company. I mean, yeah. It's fucking strange too, right? You guys, how like Trumpers are like independence and freedom from Big Brother, and these are the people they're supporting. Like, there's two choices. They are either lazy and feeding their ignorance by just not giving a fucking up. Like, you never hear any of these chuds discussing the current bills or debates, or like, you know, even if you're in the chud chat, you know, which a lot of us will have a couple chats or a couple streams open at a time, you know, watching what's going on in the House or the Senate, and you know, yapping about it, that you just never see them comment on anything fucking Trump is doing, other than it's generalizations or quoting the fucking big orange dick sack himself, right? Like, quoting his absolute fucking bonkers fucking vocabulary casseroles. That's as far as it goes. We're making big changes coming. Yeah, what's the details on the big changes? We're going to do some things. We're going to do some things like nobody's ever done before. Well, you know, I have to say on that front, Trump has followed through. He's done things that no other president has done before. And it's, well, we have yet to see what that's going to do to us. It's not going to be a good thing, right? I mean, I was going to get a little bit X-rated in my description of what it's going to feel like, but I'll go ahead and save that for later. Max says about 10 degrees hotter just down the mountain towards Greenville. I gotcha. God, excuse me, I'll start clearing my throat like a fucking weirdo. I can't get the frog out of there. Oh yeah, sure, that makes sense. Probably, certainly most of the year, right, Jay? Cool on the north side of the ridge, warm on the southern side. Yeah, well, 2,500 feet, that's pretty good. That's up there. I don't know what I am right here. Couple hundred feet, like 200 feet at the most, probably. Oh, right on. So the peak there is around 2,900 feet or close, huh? Icebox Canyon. I'll tell you, Jay, I know your winters are what? Just fucking, wet and chilly, right? Rainy and 40s. Obviously, the occasional maybe little blast of snow or whatever, but man, I could deal with that. our extremes here, it's like I feel like I deal with the cold better than the heat, the extreme heat. Like when it gets like it was Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday this week, even though that was kind of a break-in period for the summer, but you got to go through that shit every fucking year, and it's a lot. I don't know. I feel like I deal with the sub-zero or the, below freezing temperatures better, even though it's exhausting. The winters are just fucking exhausting dealing with it because you're walking in it, driving in it, staying warm. I think I'm just tired, you guys. Yeah, exactly. So close to the ocean, right? It just kind of keeps you from getting too cold in the winter. I tell you, I seen Pete Santinello. He did one of his streams on Mendocino County, or Humboldt, maybe it was. Anyways, there's some old hippie up there that has basically bought up like this town, and they've gone through and rebuilt some of the like the smaller homes and cabins or whatnot, and wants to encourage folks to come up there and homestead. But man, it's scarce population up there, and I mean, it basically worldwide, millions of people watch Peter's videos, and the guy was really cool, but I'm not sure if the wife and I would fit into. It wasn't like a commune thing, like he owned the property and he'd make you a deal, for the right people, and he'd probably be, he was straightforward, but it wasn't going to be, it wasn't going to deal with any people that like aren't sure or whatever, And I mean, it wasn't about growing dope, though that's what he does. It was he's wanting somebody, because he's getting older too, probably my age, exactly, this fella, and wanting to see that area stay the way it is, with basically with homesteaders, and I guess probably the designation maybe that the area has for agriculture or something, farming. Oh, yeah. Max says we have some mountains around here. Mount Mitchell is at 6,684 feet. B lived in east side of Mount Berry, Rome, Georgia. It would hit dusk around 6 p.m. in the summer, and it would be cool. Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's I can still see out in my yard plenty. It's literally like it's still like a real clear dusk at around 9:30, quarter to 10. It isn't until 10 o'clock, and it's still like this. The sky's still pretty bright at that time, even though we're losing that now. I just noticed that last week or whenever it was that we went through hit the solstice. Am I getting that right? Yeah, you're cooler than me, Mac. I'm still looking at 78. Thankfully, though, I think I mentioned earlier, we have been above 70 degrees night and day since like Sunday. And though once it's gotten down to 72, 71, 70 degrees, the air conditioner is able to have a little bit, you know, it's not so hard on it, but the nights are supposed to be a lot cooler now, all in the 60s, and I even seen a low of 59 next week sometime. Benny, what's up, sister? Cheers to you. Just chilling, Benny. Fucking being thankful for the chatters that we have here, because I had a full bucket of thought today. And it wasn't a pretty song. So I'm sucking down on a cocktail. I feel pretty chill. Again, like I said, thanks to the incredible chatters that we have. I got home and was on fire about Trump and SCOTUS, and then what do? I decide to start fucking running a Senate fucking vote. Like that was going to make me feel any better. Because we know what a bunch of clear ass bags most of them are. For fuck's sake, this fucking stupid. I mean, I don't know. We've seen some stupid shit from Democrat senators, you guys, in the last 8 months. Somebody, you know, I think I did kind of agree with one of the analysis I seen saying that, you know, we can't just fucking take on every battle, whether we're right or wrong. It's like, well, maybe you can't take on every. Is it such a fucking battle to just keep voting against the bullshit? I mean, do you think you're fucking getting somewheres by fucking bending, compromising with Trump? Are you kidding me? He's going to slice your fucking throat as soon as you turn around thinking he's got your back. Get the fuck out of here. Is it? Sorry, Amy Klobuchar. Anybody ever find out why Sheldon Whitehouse missed that pretty important vote? Or at least it was at the time. I tell you what, Senate parliamentarian saved our ass. So for right now, I mean, but today, you know, was a vote on powers of war, but this budget bill was getting close, was looking scary. It still is, and though again, I guess my thoughts are that we're not gonna see. I don't know if there's a best outcome. We're probably going to see the tax breaks for the rich stick. But hopefully, this is where we, as Democrats, continue to, even though I don't know what other choice we have, I'm just saying we're working within a system that has been broken. It's failing us. We just keep putting ourselves in more debt instead of budgeting for the right things. And by right, I mean the things that are going to help Americans, the things that are ethically right, morally right, democratically right. It's I mean, he could just keep voting, even if, the GOP, adjusts the bill and says, okay, we're not going to do any of the Medicaid, Medicare, SNAPs cuts, and we're keeping the tax breaks for the rich. The people like TV and hundreds of millions of other American families, their tax break's going to be jack shit. I mean, that's just what it is because it's a percentage-based tax break. So fuck you. But the people who need Medicaid, SNAPs, are going to get it. And it's hard for me to, I mean, that's what we want. That's kind of the big fucking issue right now, right? Is what it's going to do if we don't keep that stuff around. If we cut that shit, what it's going to do. How devastating it's going to be. But I just can't let go of the fact that that sort of bill overall isn't helping us as a nation. It is not advancing. It's not fixing the issues at all. And so it's not like, oh, fucking be happy, be appreciative for what we have. It's not that. And you guys know that. It's like bullshit. You don't fucking do stupid shit and say, well, we did some good shit, so, we shouldn't be so hard on ourselves. Bullshit. Yep. They voted for a fucking pedophile, rapist, insurrectionist, fraudulent, coup staging, document stealing, adulterist, autocratic, kleptocratic, fucking king wannabe. King Tater. They literally vote. Benny's right. I mean, I just want to say, Benny's comment, MAGA loves their pedophile daddy. Trump is a fucking rapist, and he sexually assaulted minors. Which is rape, because, But they're okay with that, I guess, because there wasn't actually the word rape in the civil conviction. Sexual abuse, that's, who knows what that could mean. I'll tell you what it means. It means he fucking put his hands wherever he wanted on a lady who did not ask him to do so, wanted nothing to do with it, in a public store. In a department store. That's what sexual abuse means. It doesn't mean anything. It means he forced himself on a woman in public. A monster of a fucking ape. I was going to say man, but he's not a man. That's not intimidating. How tall is Trump? 6'4"? 300 fucking pounds? He's harmless. Seven deadly sins and then some, Benny. Oh, Max says they need their daddy. They're hoping he'll visit them in the middle of the night. Well, he loves them personally, Mac. That's seriously, like, that is the vibe that I've gotten from some of these fuck ups. Like, he really cares about us, TV. Trump is for the people, Mac. Do you know that? You guys can tell me if I'm doing all right, fine. If If I need to tone it down a little bit, I can do that. I can reel it in. Democrats are Satanists says blah, 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 bye-bye. What a fucking douchebag. Did anybody get a chance to read his comment? I hope not. Oh, that's right. Somebody talked me into clearing out my block list, didn't they? The channel block list. Whoever that was, you better be. I think it wasn't it Fred, maybe? I don't know. I think it was Fred for some reason. Fred, you need to get your ass in here, boy. That fucking wrench. Might get busy. Yeah, Benny says he kidnapped them along with his pal Jeffrey. They both held a 13 and 12-year-old children and raped them for 4 months straight. Sorry, I just had to share, basically share Benny's post with some needy folks. Because we should. All right, you guys, I have to... My cup is empty. But it's only, I started this shit so early because I was just running the Senate debate vote thingy-dingy. But I'm in no hurry to end this yet. So you guys give me like 5-10 minutes. Should we listen to some music? Listen to a little bit of music. I have not heard I keep saying we gotta listen to some macaroni on bass. Mac, we are forever connected, brother. All right. Little TV2 original with macaroni on bass guitar. Give me 5-ish, 10-ish minutes or whatever I need to stretch. Make a cocktail. And I'll be back shortly. Don't you ever call me again. Here's my number just in case, 'cause you know we'll always be friends.
not found what I was looking for all of this time. It was always right here in front of my eyes. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for. What I was looking for. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for. What I was said we're fun, now don't you ever call me again. I'll be around just in case, 'cause you know we'll always be friends. You and I've been down this road too many times. The answer's always been right here in front of my eyes. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found it. She said I finally found what I was looking for.
Story of my life, Mac. Day late, dollar short. I always get there, though. I recycled the first cocktail, and now I have a second. I'm just looking around a second, you guys, to see what kind of interesting stuff we have going on this Friday night. Summertime now, you know, officially. This may be our first Friday night of the summer. Not sure if it was the 20th or 21st. All right, I have way too much shit on my desk. They are still outside the ice facility there.
Industry, so we're always looking at next year.
At the Global Institute for Water Security at the state-run University of Saskatchewan, Jay Familietti analyzes satellite data.
India was one of the first places where we did in-depth analysis. Why? Because we could see this tremendous hotspot from space. We did some research and we figured.
Sorry about that. Had a couple audios going. Cheers to you, ma'am. Oh, she disappeared. Oh, now she's back. I don't know. That is clearly another restreamer. Sam the Fireman, happy Friday to you, my brother. Sam says he's on vacation from July 7th to August 4th. How cool is that? Yeah. No, I seen Sheldon Whitehouse tonight. There was a vote a few weeks ago or something that he missed, and I never heard why. No, I mean, I like Whitehouse a lot, for sure. Fred, what's up, brother? Welcome back. Lucky you, Fred. I have to sit here and suck on this cocktail. I know. The horror of it all. Still just poking around. Major Ojeda is live. I'm sure I've shared his channel with you guys before, but we'll share it again. He's a keeper. Hey, can somebody is Ojeda running in North Carolina or in Virginia? I forget. I feel like maybe he lives in North Carolina or something, but it's from Virginia or West Virginia. But anyway, I believe Major Ojeda is running for a Congress seat, but I can't tell you what state right now because I'm not able to keep all that shit straight. It looks like Trump has given a presser. I'm not sure I can stomach that tonight. Yeah, it looks like Trump has given a presser from the White House press room. Oh, no, that's from earlier today. Never mind. Never mind. It wasn't likely I was going to bring it up anyways. I just... Not a lot going on in TV2's feed. There was a fake federal agent arrested in Huntington Park, California today. Guess he had a badge or some shit, like a whole bunch of, like possibly just whatever, a lot of stuff to make him look like some sort of official law enforcement. Apparently, I have another story that I just haven't caught up on yet. Trump meets with Foreign Minister of Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. Is he gonna create peace there now too? Is he gonna create more fake peace in the Congo Rwanda battle? How's our poll doing? 71 votes. I asked, should Trump be tried for war crimes? 44% of us said yes, and Lala said no. Lala and Bully said no, which they made up about 56% of the vote. They think they're like slick or something, but if you multiplied that by the fucking country or applied those percentages to the country, you'd have about 150 million people that think Trump should be tried for war crimes. My guess is more. Yeah, not an ICE agent, Border Patrol. Thanks, Dave. Well, yeah, right, Garrett. That's what the debate and vote, and I don't know. I still haven't looked to see what the exact details were that vote are. And obviously, my guess is it's to make it clear that Trump cannot do what he did. I mean, he had no legal grounds to do so in the first place, but because we're dealing with a fucking 80-year-old, 6'4", orange fucking sack of shit toddler, we have to fucking, everything has to be done in fucking crayons and stick figures for Trump and the Trumpers. Fred wants to know if the guy arrested was David Coward. Yeah, good old incel, MAGA owns you lefties. Dave, Stolen Valor, and Callie. Dave says, Lauren Boebert cast out on moon landing. Boebert, I wasn't alive either when we went to the moon. Things change. Facts change. She said facts change. I don't think facts change, do they? That's fucking brilliant. Just to remind you guys, she didn't get her GED until 30 days before she was sworn in. She didn't bother getting it while she was campaigning. She didn't bother getting it for the 18 years between campaigning and dropping out of high school. Dropping out of her senior year with a couple credits left to go. Look, I get it. That's something, we support single mothers. I don't know, maybe she wouldn't have been a single mom without a diploma for 19 years if she didn't support the party that hates women's rights. You know what I mean? Hates education, hates a better America for children. Maybe. My guess is yes. Dave says a SCOTUS ruling allows states to block Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood. Well, I suppose anything can be legislated, or just about. Garrett says both food companies, Nestle and Smucker's, has announced they'll be removing all artificial colors and dyes from their foods, handing RFK Jr. a win. Yeah, I'm all for that, Garrett, to be quite honest with you. There's, the issue is that America has, anyways, we did have, and still do, but it's under attack really good standards for food safety. But there are some things that we don't ban that should be, and those things, that stuff comes down to, like, we have to, we really have to get smarter on using our democratic powers to improve the things that are important, right? And not, obviously not for allowing people to skirt safety laws, regulations, create loopholes, find loopholes, and take advantage of them, right, in the name of profit. And in the name of, fuck the public safety. So I'm for, I have I have nothing to gain from any artificial coloring. Doesn't make my food taste any better. Preservatives or, I guess you just said artificial colors and dyes, but certainly there's some preservatives also that are questionable. I mean, we could do better on things like hormones, and that it's pretty ironic, you guys, when you think about it. Like, Trump's whole deal is deregulate, deregulate, deregulate. But when it comes to Health and Human Services, like, is not RFK Jr. in a really, really, in a position that someone like him clearly it is not qualified for, not capable of. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it would take a very, very that is a really unique and serious cabinet position, isn't it? And you could say, well, no, they aren't all. I think the HHS secretary is probably one of the most, it's up there with the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, right? Because we're talking about our safety with this shit. And Trump, I don't know if it's Trump's team, because I don't see Trump as that smart, but they seen RFK Jr. coming a fucking mile away. Like, he's a fucking dildo. That's what RFK Jr. is. I mean, he sold his tried to sell his voters to the top bidder, whether it was the Harris and Walz team or the Trump Vance team, right? That's exactly what happened, if you all remember correctly, which I'm sure you do. They seen him coming a mile away. Because now Trump is just going to, there's going to be so much bullshit that RFK Jr., you would think, if he was rational, sane, and consistent, would be against. But here we are. Cheers, Sam. Yeah, the stock market continues to grow. Trump's job numbers have been abysmal compared to Biden's average job numbers. I think Biden averaged like 330,000 jobs every fucking month for 4 years. That's what his average was. Trump's been hitting around 150,000 jobs a month. It's clear that growth has stopped, right? Has been stunted big time. So, and I think, Garrett helps make a good point that these huge companies profiting does not create jobs. So giving these motherfuckers tax breaks, it doesn't create jobs. You know what does create jobs? Demand. And it doesn't matter what the margin of profit is. If there is money to be made or profited, if you got an extra fucking dime left over to put in your pocket after all the labor, overhead, and, operating costs are paid for, there's a market. You don't need to give rich people money to fucking create. That doesn't create a market, which is what creates jobs growth. It seems pretty simple, and I get really fucking angry when Democrats just refuse to address that. Every year, day after day, no Democrats will stand up and say, this is why you shouldn't be given these, especially when the because they love to use it. They use the fucking argument all the time. You're stimulating these companies' R&D. You're making it possible for them to take chances with hires that in advance of what the market is being, predicted. Bullshit. These tax breaks that are in the Trump bill are for the wealthy, large corporate CEOs, business owners, investors. That's exactly what these tax breaks are for, who they are for. Max says tax money can't be used for abortion. That was outlawed years ago. The tax money sponsoring Planned Parenthood goes for things like prenatal care. Probably WIC. I don't know if WIC is part of that. Women, infant, child. Dave says the satellite imagery appears to show new activity at nuclear facility in Iran. For sure, Dave. I haven't heard one rational person say that, and actually I haven't heard anyone say that anything other than it's they'll be able to reconstitute their nuclear program within a matter of months. So the only information, the only conglomerate I've heard say that Iran's nuclear program is devastated is Trump, and all he did was quote some sort of Israeli nuclear watchdog or some shit. I don't know. Pretty stupid. I can't even believe he's a moron. The dude literally has, I guess, I don't know what to think about some of this shit. It's fucking crazy. He just is a complete fucking narcissist psychopath. He's just absolutely out there, willing to say whatever the fuck comes to mind. He doesn't care if it makes sense. He probably never revisits anything he says. Dave says Microsoft's retiring the infinite blue screen of death. Yeah. Well, I guess that won't be so hard stopping when that happens. I had my issues with registration errors earlier this year, and I still do not know why. I mean, thankfully I got it resolved, but it was fucking touch and go for like fucking 2 months. She said, I finally found it. What I was looking for. Beaten up by my... Oh, yeah, I've been in that position. Sam, not that I worked with all Republicans. It was, the owner was a Trump supporter back then. I think he's probably changed his mind, but our mechanic was a fucking, just a real fucking D-bag of a fucking Republican. Smart guy. He's a mechanic, registered mechanic. Him and his fucking girlfriend were fucking Jewing the system. I shouldn't say that, forgive me. We're fucking screwing the system with public assistance, right? Like, they weren't married, so she said, you know, he paid child support. The state would get it, give it back to her, and she would also get assistance, but they were together. So, you know, you don't know how many times I've been fucking tempted to call that story out, just fucking light it up personally, you know? It's, whenever when something like that happens, and we should all do it, you have to consider what there is to gain from it. Mr. Bill, what's up, sir? Cheers to you. Bill, do you got a beer or what? I sure as hell hope so. It's got to be like fucking... It's after 5 at your place. Crack it open and have a seat, brother. I just reminded the chuds that they voted for Trump, a person who held two young teenagers captive for 4 months and sexually abused them. I'm about to set some of these motherfuckers off. Bill has a Pacifico. I don't know what that is. Is it a beer? I mean, I assume it's some sort of drink. Is it beer? Or is it like a mixed drink that I've never heard of? Pacifico is beer. Bill has good taste and shit. He's described some of his fucking meals that he makes, so. Be safe, Sam. We need to get Sam to like fucking let me know when there's like really crazy shit going on, and that when there's a live news crew on the ground so I can bring it up. Would that be cool or what, you guys, to be able to fucking see Sam out there fucking dedicating his fucking time and, you know, his skills to public service? That'd be fucking neat as hell, to be honest with you. Sam, if you ever got anything you would like, I don't know if you're ever willing to get on cam, but I'd do a StreamYard with you, brother, if you ever wanted to I mean, because especially like where you're at. I mean, I don't know if that I would just interview someone who works for a fire department in general, but because of where you're at, you know, even and I know we have specifically we have forest firefighters, but I feel like all you folks out there in that area, in the firefighting area, I mean, probably have a lot, possibly more extensive training or understanding of all of it because of where you're at. I think that would be really interesting, especially because and I'm sure you must deal with brush fires and stuff in the city or wherever at times. Bill says, oh my goodness, I smell a Yankee in the chat. They don't have Pacifico there? I have not seen it or heard of it, Bill. No. Like, you know me, brother. I do have a good taste in beer. And some of my friends are, and especially like my middle son, he's kind of an alcohol snob in a sense. Like he's a fucking connoisseur, especially of beers. I have not heard of that one. We used to have a legit Mexican restaurant here. There's one down the road in my hometown, about 20 minutes from me now. That's owned by a Mexican family and is legit. Yeah, we used to have a place called Flamingos, Bill. I'm heartbroken, brother. Like they were a huge family. One of the older fellows used to give guitar lessons. My uncle had taken guitar lessons from him, but I'd watched him play. wife, her best friend had dated that guitar player, but his family owned this amazing fucking Mexican restaurant called Flamingos. Bill, this will tell you that I know good Mexican food is because they had true chips and gravy. I don't know. I don't think you hear too many folks who do really know Mexican food, how often like chips and gravy is a thing. That's some authentic shit right there. So I'm heartbroken, brother, because we don't, not right near me, we have the taco trucks though, downtown. You know what I mean? Because the county I'm in, the downtown area is pretty diverse. So my youngest son who lives at home, he's nice enough to bring us home some taco truck vittles every once in a while. That's pretty legit. Yeah, I guess I'm a Yankee, Bill. I never looked at it like that, but I suppose so, right? Being where I'm at. Darlene says she heard most it was above ground rubble, but no underground real damage. You know what to believe anymore. Yeah, it's very hard. For one, we're not going to get any real. It's going to be tough to get information out of Iran. And then, of course, you know, it's crazy because you have to take what the Trump administration says with the same size grain of salt that you take what Iranian TV says. Yeah, Bill, I tell you what, brother, man, I'm not sure how much I would enjoy Southern California for long. Like, it would probably be neat as hell to visit. You know, obviously, you know, I've mentioned before San Diego, city of street art. But, yeah, it'd be cool to see L.A. and San Diego and, like, all the famous beaches and that shit, I guess, the touristy stuff. Visit some places like Whiskey A Go Go or whatever. But yeah, the fucking food, man. The food would be, I would be all about the fucking Southwest food 100% of the time if I got a chance to visit. That's for sure. Bill, that'd be kick-ass, dude. I tell you what, I would love to meet just about any one of you folks. But yeah, that would be fun. I think for sure, brother. How cool. To me, you're probably like, yeah, I don't think so, TV. That shit's not happening. But I'd be all about fucking having some fucking tacos in a Pacifico with you. I probably couldn't fucking bring home any, though, could I? Get in trouble for transporting the shit from Cali to, or across the Mississippi. That's probably exactly what I said, isn't it, Dave? Dave and his fucking fake poodle bullshit. Does it get cringy, guys? Do I drop the F-bomb a little too much? It's a part of me. It's who I am. It's got to be fake. That's AI, right, Dave? I mean, the one I played tonight maybe looked a little bit more realistic, but the one Dave shared last night was, there's no fucking way that was a real poodle. What do you mean adorable? It's AI, isn't it? I mean, I get it. You guys, shit is tough. Like, I watched this video the other day, and man, there's just no fucking way it wasn't CGI. But then I'm sitting there, and it was only like a 10-minute long video. It's just this person hanging out and watching like a rodeo, or walking through the parking lot at the beginning and stuff and showing like all the security because of where it was at or something. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is odd. This is like computer graphics or something. And then I wasn't so sure later on because it was clearly real life video. I don't know if it was just like, because sometimes when you get a super high definition camera or whatever, or maybe you have 360 views, it's shit starts getting really blurry, like the AI, the CGI, and reality starts blurring pretty damn good. Bichon Frise, not Pomeranian. Oh, a Bichon. So it's not officially a poodle. It looks like a poodle though, right? You guys? I mean, it looks exactly like a poodle. Dave and his fucking poodle. David is fucking poodle bullshit. Yeah, man. I don't have any filter, dude. I worry about it a little bit. Like, I'm pretty good today. I was a little bit worked up last night, but I never have any shame about that shit. I mean, it's hard to be embarrassed about calling out our country. I mean, what we sit here and we're yapping and chill and joking a little bit, but seriously, like our whole fucking way of life is under threat. Like, seriously, like, it just seems so ridiculous. I think that I'm not so sure that we're able to process it. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm wrong on that? Are you guys sure that you're processing exactly what's happening properly? Because it's so fucking crazy out of control. That is our mind not allowing us to take this any harder than we are, because it's more than what we would be able to deal with. Kind of like how the mind creates blackouts or dark spots in memories, because it's just too much. You can't. Starts getting to be mental overload for some folks, maybe. I'm not saying you guys are. Are you sure that we're taking this as seriously as we should be? Because I don't know. Honestly, I don't. I mean, I have to hold myself back from being more verbal. I don't have to encourage myself to take this more seriously. I'm concerned about voicing my opinion too much. And then when I stop and think about that statement I just made, it's pretty scary, isn't it, you guys? Do you think I'm being, do you think I'm just being overly dramatic by saying that I have to hold back my opinions nowadays on this channel? Do you think anybody knows who the fuck TV2 is for the most part? No. That's also not what it takes to sit there and target and surveil and watch people like me, and not just me, people in our chat, right? Which includes you guys. Because when do we feel like maybe we should be concerned or more concerned? You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. Because if your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. I can't do it. All right. Well, we've been at this for almost 5 hours anyways. I could probably go on for a very long time yet. But as it is, it's probably already going to take me quite a while to calm down or to relax, to unwind, as I usually say. All right, so yes, we'll do that. I'm going to end the stream, but I appreciate you folks. You know I do. I'm sure I'll be back at this again soon, probably tomorrow. Always keeping an eye on what's going on. Well, we have the Senate's going to reconvene tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. So, matter of fact, I better take a note of that real quick. All right, so we'll have the Senate will reconvene and probably work towards another vote tomorrow at 2 p.m. So I have a note on that. You guys can count on me going live for that. You might not have to put up with my ugly mug on the screen, though, when we stream that. But then just always keep an eye on what's going on, especially summer's here. Nothing's very stable in the country right now. So... or in the world, there's a lot of shit that could happen at any minute, it seems like, for sure. So, all right. I will see you guys soon. Peace and love. TV2 out.